Pretty talented personnel to back me up. It'd be fun, though. It would end with explosions, but it would be fun. Okay. That's going to do it for the space news, guys. Long space news today. Here, let's get into KSP. We have some SSTO flights to do. Alrighty, let's do this. We'll get Jim to be our PR and acquisitions manager. You know what, Boxy? We could. Got to make a little bit of money. But we don't, you know what the messed up part about this is? You don't need to make that much money. I mean, and once again, I'm talking about in the context of spaceflight. I'm talking about how like a corporation would look at money. 200 million is not that. And this sucks. Like if you have a problem with this, I definitely don't blame you. 200 million is pocket change for a big corporation, dude. That's nothing. You know, in the scheme of things, that's not going to take that much cash, you know? Like, but for an individual to make that much money is a little bit absurd, right? Like it's not going to it wouldn't take much. I mean, Elon made SpaceX with 200 million. And 200 million was enough to get it off the ground. Ha 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 ha. To get funding for contracts, and he's been snowballing that ever since, right? Like, it wouldn't take much, man. Like look at Veritasium's video from Relativity yesterday. Tim Ellis, how old is Tim Ellis? Dude, I think I might be older than that guy. I'm serious. I think I might be older than him. Tim Ellis looks like 25, 26, and I mean that as a compliment. You know, like even if he isn't, he's still a really smart dude. How? He's 31? Oh, crap. I'm older than him. Oh, God. Oh, God. Nope. EJ's in crisis mode. Oh, my God. EJ's in crisis mode, man. Like, see? I see that, and I'm like... Holy crap, that guy's younger than me. No, I see that, and I'm like, hey, you know... like, come on. To see somebody my age doing that? You know... I don't... Is it bad if my brain doesn't consider that out of reach? Like, I mean, once again, fine line between optimism and cynicism, right? Like, hey, Just Face, what's up, man? Like, is it bad if I look at that? I'm like, yeah, that's not too bad. I could swing that, you know? Like, I don't know how, but it's not too bad. Get used to it. Wait till you watch a football. Oh, I already see it with baseball, Spotulous. I watch a ball game. I'm like, how old is that guy? That guy's like 12, and they're like, nope, he's 25. I'm like, okay. It's like when you're in 6th grade, or right, or like when you go to high school, and the seniors seem like these super adult people. Like, wow, look at that, man. They're so adulty, right? And then you become a senior, and you're like, all right. You always thought it was so much old. They're so much older than you, right? What was your rep percentage? Oh, I can get that for you right now. 36.4. You're good. You're going to California on Thursday to launch your L2. High-powered rocket. Nice, man. Jackery, don't worry. EJ, you're just washed up and old. Whatever. Yeah, and then it becomes inverted, right? Exactly. Then you're a senior. Like, look at all these kids. Damn freshmen, a bunch of kids, you know? I get that feeling with F1 drivers, right? Oh, yeah. No, I get it with, like, Lando Norris and George Russell. I'm like, I could be their, well, not really. I'm almost old enough to be their dad, dude. It's like, oh, jeez. All right. I'm just looking up through the chat, making sure I didn't miss anything. Excellent. Yeah, Karate, I know what you mean. You look at Chase Elliott, you're like, goddamn youngin'. Oh. Elon's crap posting on Twitter again. What are we up to? It's so embarrassing. German Chancellor Asked Elon Musk, what is the future of cars, hydrogen or electric? How could someone who thinks hydrogen is a viable option be possibly Okay. I'm so embarrassed by this. Sorry, Elon. Well, okay. Politicians are dumb, but they ain't that dumb, guys. Jesus. Lada is future of car. Germany to invest 10 billion in hydrogen Never mind. No, never mind. Never mind. Oh, nice, Forge. All right. Yeah, see? Dude, freaking roasted, dude. Freaking roasted, man. Damn. By the way, I'm teaching a new player about KSP. He's trying to get to Minmus, and he's having a difficult time. Match inclination, T-Man. Match your inclination first. Tilt your orbit to Minmus's tilt, and then try to get to it. Bobby, oh my god, dude. What a freaking savage. Wait, isn't Jeff Bezos making electric cars, too? I'm confused. Isn't Jeff working on a... Is he just dumping on Jeff Bezos for no reason? Like, I'm confused, man. Is Jeff Bezos working on a hydrogen car that I don't know about or something? So how long until Jeff goes after Elon for libel? I don't think that's gonna happen, Green. It'd be hysterical if Bezos went into hydrogen. Yeah, I was thinking, Bobby, like, is he? I thought Jeff Bezos was investing in Rivian. I think he's saying it about Blue Origin. Yeah, right. Yeah, Sea Kraken, I'm with you on that one. Okay, all right, dudes. We have 800 grand here, and we need to get our crew tank certified. The crew tank for the small SSTO. Unfortunately, I tried to launch it yesterday, and I had a little bit of a mishap on the pad, but the good news is that I found a way to not make a crew access arm for my launch pad. So I got that going for me, which is nice. That's good. That's a good thing. We went to integrate everything yesterday for a launch last night, and the whole thing exploded. Well, not the whole thing exploded. I shouldn't say that. But the crew access arm that I put on the pad to get crew into the crew version of the SSTO, it popped. Yeah, it popped off. So I made a crew access arm here that can, crew can enter here, or they can enter right there, and they can go up the elevator, right? And then this thing can swing into position like that, and people can get in the SSTO that has the crew tank in it, right? Any injuries? No, nobody's on the pad. I do all my testing with this least amount of Kerbals in the blast detonation area as possible. What's up with the Morse code pyramids next to the desert base? That's an Easter egg. You found an anomaly, dude. That tweet was in response to a graphic Blue Origin put out bashing SpaceX. It didn't look like it was, but... Previously at the spaceport that doesn't exist. You savage. Soon Mechazilla will have arms. I should, dude, is it bad if I'm reminded of a Star Wars thing? A spaceship that doesn't exist. Impossible! No spaceport that big, that small has a cloaking device. Lord Vader. The spaceport no longer appears on our scopes. Impossible. No ship that small has a cloaking device. No? Alright. If I tweeted that, people probably wouldn't get it, so I'm probably not going to do that. You guys get it though, right? Right? Admiral also came out of light speed too close to the system. The rebels are alert of our presence. Analogy accepted, Captain Nida. Yes. 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 Yes, Foxy. Frickin' put your goddamn hand up and high-five me through the computer. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Boom! Awesome! Frickin' awesome! The first transport is away. The first transport is away. Yeah! Stand by, ion control. Fire. God, that part's so sweet, dude. Can you imagine, like, can you imagine the guys on that Star Destroyer? Seriously. The transport comes out, you get blasted with the ion cannon, and now your Star Destroyer is crippled, right? You have no propulsion, right? Because it EMF'd the entire thing, right? And you were going towards the planet's grav well. Man, I hope they got back control, because if not, that Star Destroyer is going to become a... Star Destroyer is going to become a permanent resident. Yeah. See what I did there? Hurry up, Goldenrod! You're going to become a permanent resident. Wait! We're caught in the moon's gravitational pull. What do? We die. And your ship has no reverse thrusters. Oh, God. Imagine not sending out TIE fighters to combat this. Yeah, what the heck, man? They had a bunch of probe droids close there. Why the heck did they just come out of... Why wouldn't they come out of hyperspace near Hoth, guns blazing? You know there's an ion cannon on the surface. It's not like the probe droids didn't find that. The probe droids found the shield generator. They knew the shield generator. What are you doing, Imperials? What are you doing, Step Star Destroyer? Like, what are you doing? Did you ever give in on Hoth? What's wrong with you? Ugh. Nice, Jack. Think Geico will cover it? I don't know, man. I think I linked this area, but I'm not sure you saw it. I hit the limits of the crane trying to lift 50 tons. Everything is so bent out of shape, it's time to iterate. 50? Crane was too short. Oh. I mean, I think it could lift 50 tons. What were you doing with it? That crane can lift a lot, Lavi. Empire did nothing wrong. Change your mind. Yeah. But the ion cannon was plated in plot armor. Trying to catch the rebels before they run away. Close proximity is best option. Yeah, but Grahi, if you're going to come out of hyperspace, like, so that would be like an aircraft carrier getting near the shore of an adversarial country and not launching the carrier wing, because that's all Star Destroyers are. They're just aircraft carriers. Their primary defense was always the TIE fighters. That's why they only have 8 heavy turbo laser batteries on port and starboard. That's it, and then a bunch of small point defense turrets. Right? A hyperspace coming out of a Star Destroyer coming out of hyperspace in close proximity to an adversarial target would be like an aircraft carrier beaching itself on a hostile shore. And just being like, yeah, we're good. We caught you by surprise, didn't we? It's like, all right. That makes no sense. Stupid Imperials. You blew it! All right. Anyway, let's keep going. Also, not having any interdictors there. Literally the best weapon against the rebels. Yeah, right. Nice. Friggin' nerd. There were no point defense lasers, only turbo... Yeah, maybe. I thought there was a bunch of little small turbo laser batteries, but yeah. I mean, and even then, those turbo laser batteries are there for planetary assault. The hinges and docking ports at the very end were stretching like crazy. Permanent drifted after that. Yeah, that's from docking, Lavi. Your docking wasn't precise enough. But you should be able to lift it just fine. That stretching doesn't come from okay, so if you lift it and it stretches out, you dock the booster and then you compress the crane hydraulics so they don't drift, and then you undock and they'll drift back into position. Yeah, it can lift it, but it does stretch. I mean, tension load happens with any crane like that. That's an actual thing. But yeah, I get what you're saying. My point is, Lavi, is that even if you make a heavier crane, it's still going to do that. Beaching your own warship is such an Imperial trope. All right, anyway, so I have the revised version of this. I got to put the crane out, and then we have to put the SSTO out, and then we should be good. Let's get this done. We're basically going to fly right now. in like the next, well, you know, if everything goes right, next hour. Okay. All right. I always to get the launch pad to not be on the launch pad, I slide it off to the side. It's sitting over there somewhere. See it highlighting the parts? Okay, go here, make sure nobody's aboard in case something happens, and boop. Let's roll. I don't have the egress truck figured out, but I'm sure I have a vehicle somewhere that could drive up and pull people out. I know I do, actually. If worst case scenario, I'll get a K200 with a pallet and the recovery crane, and I'll put a seat on the end of the recovery crane so the Kerbals can get out, or like a crew tank or something. You don't want runners for alignment on the crane. There is one thing that I needed to change, Spodrum, on the crane, and that's the next thing that I'm going to do. I need alignment air brakes. I'm running into serious misalignment with the crane because the crane can shift laterally. So I need an aligner mechanism that I'm going to work on right now. Did I see your Kurbinetics lander? I didn't. Savage Jack. When are we gonna see me make a boat? I can make one, dude. Making boats in Kerbal is not the worst thing. A lot of the parts are overly buoyant in KSP. I like it, Hillness. Yeah, nice tight design, dude. Where's the crane? Crane? Crane! Crane! Hello? Is this Mr. Crane? Oh, hi, it's Ernie from class. Mr. Crane, did you ever lift a payload? Did you ever lift a payload more than a friend? You blew it! You see, EJ, cranes like to lift other payloads. What about the shuttle? You're more of a shuttle than a payload. I'll give you a shuttle. What was that, EJ? Nothing. See you tomorrow in class, Mr. Crane. What? Sorry. I'll show you, Crane. What was that? What was that, Ernie? Nothing. See you tomorrow in class, Miss Vaughn. You blew it! All right, so I need to get a liner air brakes here because the tolerance is too loose here between where the crane lies and where the fuselage lies. So what we are going to do is we have ways of making you talk. Karate, I have ways of making you crane. Wait, what? Wait, who is Crane? Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put air brakes here, and I'm going to have a liner brakes that will move the crane into position to make sure the crane is completely is coplanar to the launch pad. So if the launch pad is facing 180.3 degrees, these air brakes will shim and move the crane so it's on the exact same axis. This problem right here is why the crane was getting crack and struck in the first place. I'm pretty sure. There's another thing we got to take into account, though. I need air brakes to be able to shim the crane when it's halfway hanging on the pad and when it's not. So we also need another air brake that goes like right here, halfway there. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it, chat. Don't do it. No, don't do it. References. Say it. No. No, I won't. I can't. All right, I think that's where this should be sufficient. So yeah, the 3 aligner brakes should be good. What I'm going to do now with the crane is I'm going to give it a cow controller. I'll put the cow controller up here at the top, and the cow controller will be the aligner. Alignment. The alignment brakes. All right, so we're going to go in here to actions. And I'm going to take the air brakes that I just put there, and I'm going to take them off, and we're going to put them in the alignment brake group. We got to set deploy angle. Yeah, I'll give you a grown-up. A shortfall of gravitas is being unearthed for sea trials. What happened with Boeing today? Reg, the valves, dude. Something went weird with the valves. I talked about it pretty in detail, Reg, at the beginning of this. Like, we listened to the press conference and stuff. Long story short, the valves were getting sticky because they were getting corrosion on the inside of the valve because they either A, assembled them in too humid a condition, or B, the rainstorm that hit Starliner when they rolled it out to the pad wrecked the thing. I really kind of hope that it's option B, because that means the valve design could be bad. And I don't really want that. 11 degrees is more than enough. Let's go 0 to 11. And then just see, though, it's interesting because those valves are derived from the shuttle. So there should be, like, okay, this is something that I didn't really consider previously, right? Those valves, Steve Stitch said that they were shuttle-derived valves, and that makes sense because why would they? They're shuttle-derived valves that were from Aerojet Rocketdyne. So that means that I'm willing to bet, and you, once again, you guys tell me if I don't have my finger on the pulse here, right? You guys tell me. It very much seems like a lot of Starliner's components, or at least Starliner's service module, is literally a shuttle ohms pod, just in service module form. It seems like it's, from how they were talking, it seems like it's very derived from it. And that's fine. That's okay. Alright, cool. Crane is in position. I'm going to make sure the Kerbals aren't there, just in case. So, if they're derived, they should have a lot of flight data on these valves and how they work. And Steve Stitch, the guy that runs the commercial crew program, said that that's what was going on. They're shuttle-derived valves, and we've experienced a similar phenomenon with the shuttle. So, if that's the case, there should be an easy fix for this. But where I would be like, is why they didn't know that from the start. But then again, they fired all the shuttle engineers after the shuttle program stopped flying. NASA basically had its technical base just completely obliterate itself. They fired 10,000 people when they stopped the shuttle program. So it very much could be the lack of technical expertise, and that's not a mark against commercial crew or anything. This is part of the reason why we don't bother to go and build a Saturn V again, because the people that originally built it aren't here anymore. So there's probably some documentation somewhere on these valves saying that you have to make sure you assemble them in low humidity. But also at the same time, this is something that if you just had guys from the shuttle program here working on that, they probably could have told you that in 5 minutes. Last, pretty please. What's up, Fleckin? Hey, sorry went AFK again. Did you check the sound? Sorry if I'm bugging or bad timing. No. If only they could add covers like the shuttle had for its RCS that flew away during launch to protect them. Sawyer, they did. See, that's the other thing, man. What I said about documentation on the valves makes no sense. Steve Stitch knew about this because he was a shuttle flight director. That's what Steve Stitch did before he started on the commercial crew program. He's a shuttle flight director. And a good one, or a launch director. Launch director, if I'm remembering. No, he was a flight director. He worked in mission control at Houston for the longest time. So Steve knew. He knew that there was, like, he specifically mentioned it during the interview. And that's what I mean, dude. They knew that the valves were shuttle-derived, and they know about permeation in those valves, and that they can cause nitric acid, and they can get stuck, because that's what happened on the shuttle program. So that tells me, if they knew that right away, and they recognized the phenomenon for the space shuttle program, that tells me that they probably safeguarded against it in some way, shape, or form. Right? And Sawyer, what does that pertain to what you said? How does that pertain to what you said? Dude, the storm that hit Starliner and lightning struck next to it, the storm that hit it was it does have those caps on it, just like the shuttle did. And those caps blew out. Now, I'm not saying that the caps blowing out is the reason why they have moisture inside of the valves, inside of the capsule, all right? The capsule's watertight, obviously. However, if there was a storm that was powerful enough to blow the RCS caps out, that means that the wind was so strong that there needed to be a vacuum on the outside of the capsule in some way, shape, or form. So how did those RCS plugs pop out on the shuttle? When the shuttle goes up, if ambient pressure goes down enough, the pressure inside of the engine it's plugging up, if that pressure gets greater than outside pressure, the thing falls out, right? Because the pressure, the air that's inside of the engine just, right? Because of differential pressure. That tells me that if they had the wind blowing at Starliner, that the wind blowing at it was enough to blow out one of the RCS plugs. That tells me that the wind was strong enough to create a vacuum on one side of the capsule. Because that's the only way those plugs come out. So, how bad was that storm that hit Starliner? Yeah, Elon's going savage on the frickin'... He's going savage on,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
On the HLS stuff, huh? See last in Discord, okay? Flykin, I haven't listened to the auto stuff yet, dude. Lavi, I'll read that later. I gotta get to this. We've been talking about this all day. Hey, Eisenar, what's up, man? 30 months of great entertainment. Thanks, man. So... Sawyer, I'm no expert, dude, but if the winds are strong enough to blow the RCS plugs out, that tells me that whatever hit Starliner was enough to increase the humidity to basically inundate the thing with moisture. Starliner isn't a freaking fan boat, man. It's not designed to work in a swamp. It's designed to work in space where there's no moisture. But also, Boeing didn't rule out that they could have assembled it in too humid conditions either, so who knows? Yeah, there you go, Green, right? Who was that sub? Okay, Eisenar subbed in there. Yeah, that's why my bet is the storm versus assembling in too much humidity. Yeah, if they're shuttle-derived, Sawyer, they must have known. But then again, you know, all that technical expertise went out the door, so who knows? I don't know. Could be anything. I think the only people that are certain right now about what happened are the people that have no idea what happened. You know what I mean? People that know anything about this would know well enough to not weigh in, you know, like, oh, they assembled it wrong, or oh, it's a storm. NASA made it pretty clear in that press interview that they have no idea what's wrong, but they have to figure it out. And that's the most important part, guys. It's not necessarily just fixing the stupid valves. It can fix the stupid valves. You got to figure out why the valves did that, and you got to make sure that that's not something that's going to happen when you're up in space. That's the most important part. Isn't Orion and Starliner similar? Not sure. I think they're different. I think they're dissimilar architecture, Jack Tank, but who knows? Twitter knows more than NASA, didn't you know? Twitter's the zoo, Kem. You know that. You know that song, The Zoo, by the Scorpions? That's Twitter's theme song. True story. All right. Anyway, guys, I talked enough about Starliner today, dudes. We got to get this done, man. I have 2 flights to do, and it's already 7:45. Let's go. Completely unrelated, but it has 2 things that you like. Yes. And yes, you are correct. There are things in this picture that I do enjoy. No, Senshai, no. Okay, one more. One more. Last one, guys. We gotta launch our own missions, man. Oh my god, we don't deserve this guy, dude. We don't deserve this guy. Oh my god. Oh man. We don't deserve this dude, man. Oh my goodness. What a savage, dude. Holy cow. Sawyer, are we sure? Are we entirely sure that Elon isn't from like New York or something? That's some sass. If I have, that's like Northeast U.S. tier sass. That's really. Oh my god. Okay. All right. So the crane is out. Dude, what a savage. That's a step above our sass, man. Yeah, I know. Jeez, we don't go for the jugular like that. Holy crap, you're not wrong. Oh my god. That's like the Bronx tier sass. Like, jeez, dude. Yeah, almost Philly. Yeah, no, dude, that is Philly levels of disrespect, man. It's true. Dude, I'm sorry. I find that funny. I mean, don't get me wrong. I want 2 lunar landers, and I want the national team to get money for HLS. But I also really want SpaceX to do it too. But god damn, that's funny. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a legend. Yeah, Reginald. Yeah, right. Nowadays, yeah. It's sad that the best way we get 3 is a 3-stage option from the national team. We should have a single launch 2-stage lander. Yeah, I think that's what NASA wanted, RJ. I think they wanted a 2-stage option. I think that's why Doug Lavero got fired, because NASA wanted a 2-stage option. They wanted a heavy descent stage and a small ascent stage for more downmass capability to the moon. I also think that Starship was the closest thing to a 2-stage lander that they could get. 3-stage lander, that's a lot of risk. You're risking a lot by assembling a vehicle in space. But, on the other hand, there's no 2-stage variant, so if I have to choose 2, I'm taking Starship and I'm taking the national team. That will organize a very good sustainable launch industry to the moon. New Glenn, Vulcan, SLS, Starship, that gets more rockets going to the moon, not less. And once again, I think it's Elon crap posting aside, I think it's really funny. I think the crap posting is really funny, but I also think we need 2 ways to get to the moon. And yeah, one of those might be more expensive than the other in the long run, but that's what the space program needs now. Fight me, we need to start building vehicles in space. Savvy, did you see that relativity video? Tim Ellis's long-term stated goal for relativity is to manufacture rockets on other planets and on orbit. If SpaceX is working on the delivery mechanism, they're working on the space factory mechanism. And they're demonstrating that by 3D printing rockets. Dissimilar redundant architecture. Say it again with me. Yay! Yeah, right? I don't see why they couldn't say we don't like these other options. Open it again for more companies. Because if the legal script doesn't say that, RJ, then you're screwed. But I think NASA realized, and once again, RJ, this is why Jim did such a good job. This is why I constantly praise the guy. Right? Jim changed the broad agency announcement because screw it. Screw it and screw you. We want if you want to fund this out of pocket, you can. NASA realized that they can change the damn rules. So that's what Jim did, and SpaceX was the only one that noticed it, so they changed their bid accordingly. Am I wrong here? I don't think so. I mean, they already ignored the last legal script by not picking 2. No, NASA made it so they could select 1, 2, or none. That's what that amendment to the BAA was, and that's why Blue Origin filed a protest, because they said, you changed the contract. You have to tell us when you change the contract. And NASA said, no, we do not. It's your job to keep up with our announcements. That's why we call them announcements. And the GAO sided with NASA. All right, Asmic. Thanks, everybody. Luizo, EJ, and everyone else I forgot. It's 2 a.m. here. All right, good night, man. Sleep well. That's why I like Dynetics, a Leidos company, for the second row. You know what my favorite part about this? Dynetics protested, and then the GAO said, nah, and Dynetics said, understandable, have a nice day, we'll make a better lander next time. Tip my cap to those guys. Good for you. Class act. I like Dynetics, a Leidos company. It's class act right there. That's cool. Good for you. Funny how Elon likes the procurement process now, but he has a problem with NSSL. In Green Dragon, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Everyone's going to argue on behalf of their company because everybody thinks they do it the best. And don't get me wrong, I really do think Elon's way is the best way to do it. I'm sorry. But I try to judge everybody fairly, you know what I mean? It's because they're a Leidos company. Those Leidos guys, they're pretty dang respectable. Did you know that Dynetics is owned by Leidos? Do you guys know that? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? All right. So, I think Elon's way is the best way to do it. I just don't agree with how he conducts himself sometimes. Yeah, Green, and that's fair. Nobody's above criticism. You got to take the good with the bad, right? It's like what I say about Von Braun. You know that. Not everybody's a saint, man. It's almost like humans are a little more complicated than that, right? Who else but Leidos? It's Leidos. Leidos. Never really know what they're gonna do next. Not a fanboy, you're a realist. Well, I wouldn't call myself a realist, Sawyer, by any means. I'm a fan of spaceflight, all right? But also at the same time, how much would people respect my analysis if I just sat here and just said SpaceX is the best all day? I can think of several journalists that do that are very, 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 very quickly tanking their reputation. I have to be impartial. And it's something that I talked about when we were talking about Starliner a second ago. I say a second ago, at the beginning of the stream. Look, man, I think that Elon's ideas are the best. I think that is the truly sustainable way forward. I am about as big of a SpaceX fanboy as I see coming. I want Starship to work. I want it to vindicate my space shuttle. Swishio, I know you're going to hate me for saying that. That's fine. I want Elon to stick it right up everybody's freaking tailpipe with the damn rocket. That sounded very bad, but you get what I'm saying. I really do. Everybody needs to wake the hell up. We can't keep tossing rockets in the ocean. I totally agree with you. However, that's what I think. There's what I think, and then there's physics, all right? There's physics, and there's analysis. at the end of the day, at the same time, it's important to acknowledge that the only way we're going to get there is through competition. And even if that competition is for the interim time between an expendable vehicle and a reusable vehicle, that's still competition nonetheless. When airliners started using turbojet engines, did the propeller plane just go away in like 5 minutes? No, we still use propeller planes to an extent to this day. That's more likely how this is going to play out. You know, expendable rockets ain't going anywhere, but you can change the market. But the only way the market's going to change in the first place, the only reason why we know jet planes are better is because we had propeller planes to compare them to first. And I think that's important to understand. It's important for analysis. It's important for my analysis, and it's important for the Space News segment, and for me to get a true foothold on what's going on, to look at it impartially, to look at it from the argument of more space flight is better. Because, once again, if you don't, what the hell's my analysis for? I think Elon's idea is the best idea. I think Starship is the best way to do it. I want SpaceX to succeed. I want them to really stick it to everybody, you know, because everybody's been hitting the reusability doesn't make sense drum for such a long time. It's getting annoying, right? But that kind of stuff ain't gonna happen overnight, you know. I actually like Starliner. RJ, there's no one that's going to convince me that less spacecraft is better for space. That's not how this works, dude. And I feel like I'm talking in circles, boys. International competition between... Yeah, maybe Swishio. I'm glad that NASA changed the rules. 2 out of 3 chance of winning that contract, I felt, is what made Blue and Dynetics lose. Their designs felt okay, but not great. Yeah, pretty much, dude. Alright, so here, let's test for heading alignment here. Heading is 0.3. Let's check the pad. What's the heading on the pad? 180.4. These are within a tenth. We're good. I mean, obviously this one's facing this way and the control point on the crane is facing that way, but I should be able to flip it to reversed. Yeah, see? 180.3. Yep. Okay. Alright, guys. Elon trying to kick a man when he's down. Hey. But I have to be impartial. I have to throw... That's what I was saying. I have to throw ideas in what SpaceX is doing. I have to. If I truly believe that their way is the best way to do it, I should have no problem criticizing it and being able to come up with counterpoints. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there from the alignment stuff. But, did you chain upgrade anything in the payload integrator? I added an alignment system. I added air brakes, KC, to help the crane get aligned with the pad. That's why we were having so many problems with it the other day. Yeah, Killer. I would argue that I'm even more of a SpaceX fanboy because I'm willing to criticize. I'm willing to criticize and weigh counterpoints. And at the end of the day, every time, I still think SpaceX is better. You know, it's fanboyism, but it's veiled fanboyism, I guess. I try to be objective because I truly think that SpaceX is the right way to do it. But once again, I know its faults. I know its criticisms. That's how you got to think about this stuff, guys. I mean, it's very simple and it's not anything new. I call it understanding. You got to understand. You got to understand if there's something that you don't like, you have to try to understand where they're coming from because you disagree for a reason. What's the reason? Why? Why do you disagree? You can't just say, "Oh, I don't like that." You know? You can't just say, "Oh, SpaceX is the best." Tell me why. Why do you think SpaceX is the best? See what I'm doing? I have to stay that way. It helps. It's not just about trying to be unbiased when analyzing spaceflight. It has everything to do with understanding what each company's mindset is, and understanding where they're at, and understanding the benefits and demerits to what they're doing. And that's what makes me able to do things and able to analyze things and predict things that just out of nowhere, you know? It's like when we were talking about my Neptune booster. The similarities between Neptune, a rocket that I designed that's based off of SpaceX's BFR design from 2017 and super heavy, pretty damn similar, huh? But that's not because I know any particular thing. That's because of my analyzation of what SpaceX is trying to do and where they're trying to go, right? With their engineering. That's what I mean about analysis. That stuff is the most important thing to me. Because engineering is all about application. And in the particularly with spaceflight, right? Engineering denotes policy. NASA can't just... the Rule 8 people can't just wish that NASA makes a rocket. Oh, we federally mandate you to make the Epstein drive from the Expanse. We need you to make a rocket that goes to the moon off of hopes and dreams and pixie dust. No, engineering denotes policy, right? But engineering is also about application, right? So there's always... policy here always goes back to the laws of physics, no matter what. And engineering is about application, and it's important to understand why SLS is the way that it is, or why Starship is the way that it is, because despite all the, commercial versus government, Elon crap posting on Twitter and NASA picking HLS, the engineering at the end of the day, and being able to analyze the engineering gives you a much better perspective on why people do what they do in the spaceflight industry. Super important, man. That is the most important thing to me on this stream. Pixie dust is super efficient, just ask Peter Pan. What do you think the specific impulse of pixie dust is if you used it as a reaction mass? Informed fanboyism, pretty much. Swishio, that's not just spaceflight, dude. That's how I think. If I have a good idea about something, I will immediately try to shoot down my own idea. If the idea still comes out good after a very, very thorough analysis and with healthy skepticism, then I'll go and do it. What is the combustion efficiency of happy thoughts? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, dudes, let's get this SSTO on here. We have the crew tank in there already, so we're not necessarily going to need the crane here, but I want it for end-to-end testing purposes. Yeah, Gorgon, it's pretty awesome. That's right, GravShark. And GravShark, I'll tell you what, man. I'm not the best at social interaction. I put on a pretty good act, right? But dude, I'm pretty damn shy in real life. I usually just sit back and observe in real life. I'm pretty dang reserved, like in what I do, right? Social interaction is, I mean, I used to be really, really socially awkward, especially in high school. Yeah, I got made fun of a lot, but it wasn't because, it wasn't for no reason. Let me put it that way. I definitely didn't make myself more sociable, that's for sure. That stuff makes sense to me, as somebody that puts on a very good act at being socially extroverted, that's what makes sense to me. Hey, Xaneth, what's going on? Did you recover number 10? I had to, Jonas. I had a snafu on the pad last night. So the crew SSDO will be a capsule in a cargo bay. Wouldn't that take space in case you need... Wouldn't that take space in case you need crew and payload? It's more about what the big SSDO is about, KC. This one is just for small payloads, and Kerbals are small payloads. I mean, look at the ratio of, if you have like Falcon 9 on Dragon 2, look at the ratio of rocket that you have to payload, to people, right? It's not, people are only in the capsule, only a little tiny piece. Same idea. Yeah, sick crew access arm, thanks, man. All right, so let's go here. The first step with this integration facility is to attach the crane to the pad to avoid Kraken strikes. Yeah, Nasaman, ULA is cautiously pursuing reusability, and that tells me right there, Sawyer, that because ULA, who is the most conservative when it comes to their rocket engineering, that tells me that even they see that the market could change, so they're preparing themselves and making them putting them in a stance where they could do either thing, reacting to market conditions. That tells me that reusability is worth it, right there. The fact that ULA is even willing to commit to it in some way, shape, or form, it tells me that it could be a thing. That's not a bad way to do things. Hey, Duel, quick question. Do you have a cheat sheet somewhere that will tell me how much thrust I need to lift a given tonnage of payload to orbit? That second formula will do you right. First and the second one, right there. The first one, you need it to be about 4,000 and use atmospheric specific impulse in the first formula, Duel. The second one, TWR, you have thrust, mass of the ship with a full tank of gas and payload, and then gravity. Use the first one to make sure that you have enough fuel to get into space, and use the second one to make sure you have enough thrust to get into space. TWR, the golden what you're looking for, golden number is about 1.2 off the pad. Any slower, and then your rocket is using a lot of the thrust to just counteract the force of gravity. So for the first number, if you're using atmospheric specific impulse, and you should, use sea level impulse, get that to about 4,000. And then the second one, make sure it's above 1.2. Yeah, I'll leave it up there for you. I do have a cheat sheet. Absolutely. Hang on one second, guys. Next time we get the crane back, I need to make a note to take the forward and back cal controller and set it to 2%, and up down needs to stay at 33.3. Because if the forward and back goes too fast, when these things bind up, it'll break it. Yeah, sometimes if you have a weird hierarchical setup, Panta, it doesn't work correctly. The delta V formula would be all screwed up. Okay, 89.9. So we're within 1/10 of a degree. So just drop this down like that. There we go. Okay, crane is in position. Let's make sure that our upward control surface is locked out here. What is this saying right here? That's 0.5 off. That's not ideal. All right, let's get this aligned. Lock that out. Control from here. 0.0, 180.4. That's our alignment number. So also I got to go down in here and make sure that a cal controller isn't controlling stuff that I don't want it to. Lock out the rotational. Actually, we can just lock out the rotational controller. I do not want the strong back to be doing anything right now. And I master rotational control, lock that out as well. So now, just because I had a lot of drifting problems with the transporter erector after the last couple of launches, I'm actually going to lock out the TE hinge as well and make sure that this thing doesn't move. I can't have it moving. Hey, Rocket Guy, what's up? You probably explained this at some point before, but why do you dock the crane to the launch pad before you dock anything else? Cyborg, I do it because of vessel hierarchy rules. So if you right-click on the crane and you look at the crane, it's set as base, okay? I have my pad, technically, if the crane was undocked from it and I right-clicked on this and hit rename vessel, it would tell me it's the lander. The pad is a lander, the crane is set as a base, and the SSTO is set as a ship. Why? Why? The base, this is not a base, it's a crane. Why is the pad set as a lander? Well, I can use a grammatical example. I don't even know if grammatical is the thing, but you can use grammar to kind of understand this. Think about it like if you know a little bit about coding, it's like an if-then statement. All right, so when the crane docks with the pad, technically the pad docks to the crane. Why? Because if you dock a lander to a base takes priority. All right, so if I go down here and I select the probe core on the pad, it'll tell me that it's part of a base, right? Base overrides everything, okay? The reason I want the pad to be a base, and when the crane's not connected, when we go to launch, I want it to be a lander, is because when we go to attach the SSTO to the pad right now, I want the SSTO to dock to the pad, not the pad and the crane docking to the SSTO. The reason why you do this? Avoid Kraken strikes. If I dock the SSTO, or the pad docks to the SSTO, and 10 is like tilted up a little bit, when we dock, the whole pad's going to snap into position and tilt up a little bit. And in this thing's particular case, that means part of it is going to smash into the ground. Kraken strike. Right? Now, when we put the SSTO on there, right, the SSTO is set as ship, pad is set as lander, this thing is set as base. When we put the SSTO on there and I undock the crane and we roll the crane out here as a separate vehicle, now the pad thinks it's a lander, right? And now the pad with the SSTO attached to it is a ship. Okay? Why do I want that? Because when I launch from the pad, I want the SSTO to launch off the pad, not the pad to launch off the SSTO. Understand? That's what I mean about using grammar to explain it. I want to be controlling my SSTO when I separate it from the landing pad, not controlling the pad when the SSTO launches, right? We're not launching the pad into space, even though I know somebody here wants to do that. We're launching the SSTO. That's what I mean about vessel hierarchy rules. They prevent Kraken strikes, and they make sure you're controlling the right vehicle if you're making something reusable. That's why base overrides everything. Because you don't want to dock Dragon to the International Space Station and call the entirety of the ISS Dragon Crew Flight 3. See, that's what I mean. That's not how that works. The developers in Kerbal set up that so for hierarchy purposes. So, for instance, if I dock this here, right, and the crane overrides everything, and that girder segment right there is the root part on the crane, it becomes the root part of the entire subassembly, and all the hierarchies will flow back to that. That's why you have stuff overriding other stuff, so the game knows where your root part ends up. I need a drawn diagram of the hierarchy. I never remember it. Well, today's a flight night, guys, not an engineering night, so let's go. I can do this some other time, Jonas, if you want. If you want me to talk about this stuff tomorrow, we can. Where is station in the hierarchy? So, Xaneth, it's debris, probe, rover, lander, ship, station, base. Base is all-knowing. The only thing that overrides the base overrides everything. Station overrides everything below that. Yeah. Friday flight night. You can make something out of that. Yeah. Are you guys ready for the jet truck? Thanks for the explanation. Not a problem, dude. That's Cyborg. The reason why I know so much about this and why it's important is because that's what makes all this stuff work. That's what makes all this stuff work. If I didn't understand vessel hierarchy rules, the pad would just explode every time I try to attach something to it. You ever have that in Kerbal? You go to attach something to your space station, or you go to attach something to your moon base, and you attach the vehicles together, and then it shoots off into the sunset? Yeah. Vessel hierarchy rules. You do not want to crack and strike the ground. Bad idea. I learned this the hard way in 2018 with a Minmus base project that I was working on. Alright, we're loading the space plane onto the pad. Yeah, Thomp, you remember that. Remember when I kept docking stuff together, it kept getting shot off into space? Guess why? Because I had the Grissoms set as a base, and the refueling facility was set as a lander. So anytime I tried to finagle Grissom to get it to dock, right? It would snap dock a port like this, and the base would snap into the ground and then launch itself into the air. Yep. I hope stuff like that is less of a problem in KSP2. If they redid how the hierarchy system works, Pigzig, in KSP2, then yeah, it might not be a problem. But you gotta understand, in the confines of KSP1, saying I don't want the hierarchy rules to work like that is like saying I don't want a car to have 4 tires because tires are a pain in the butt to change. I mean, what else do you want? You want rails? You want a train? Is this orbiting and landing this stream? Umbra, it's gonna do it twice if everything goes okay. Let me figure this out here. So, I need to control from here. .414 is in Fort Worth tomorrow. Cool. We need to control from here. Pitch is set to 0.0. Heading is set to 180.4. And now I need to switch back to the pad. And we need to test our control point here for the pad. Control point is sitting at +1, 180.4. We're within a tenth of a degree. We're fine. So all we have to do is just... Actually, all we have to do is just lift the thing up. And it should snap right into position. See? There we go. And you see... Guys, you see how when I docked that, the pad didn't jump? It didn't jump, it didn't move around. Vessel hierarchy. Because my SSTO docked to the pad, not vice versa. That is a very important thing for advanced Kerbal players to understand. Hey Jack, what's going on? Back from meeting up with friends. What payload are we launching? I need to test out the crew tank, guys. We redesigned the crew tank to use an inflatable airlock instead. The reason why I did that is to make ingress and egress into the capsule easier. So because I redesigned it, I have to requalify it. So what we want to do is we refurbished 10, by the way. This is not the one that flew 7 times. I refurbished it, so it's technically brand new. We need to get 10 up to the station with the new crew module, and then if it works, I'll put Kerbals on it. So we have 2 flights to do today. Hopefully, at the very least, I want to do one of them. That's very important. All right. Okay, so you don't want to dock the launch pad to the SSTO. Yeah, that's weird, man. All right, so now I want heaviest part here, right? And now what we can do is undock the jet truck. Oh, wait, hold on. Nope, don't undock the jet truck. I added another step in here. We refurbished SN10. And now, this is a step that I learned from the big one that works. That's a really good idea. So I just need a locking hydraulic here. Primary docking node. Excellent. Okay. Lock that out. No damping force. Perfect. Okay. So the SSTO is locked in, and these air brakes are holding it up. We should be able to undock the jet truck now. Okay. Jet truck is fine. It is undocked. Nice, Green. What tanks made up the Moon Tug? Moon Tug. Okay, move jet truck out of the way. All right, now what we need to do is we're going to undo the crane. Actually, this is the part where we do payload integration. So let's just, for the sake of doing it, we got to undock the crane and, you know, I might want to pull the payload out and put it back in, but we should do that next time. We'll do that when it comes back down. I put the SSTO out there with that payload in it. The tug you launch curls to the moon with. Oh, the transfer stage. It's a Terrier engine. Okay. So that's crew tank 2 right there. The first one we used, and I technically brought it back down, but this is a revised design, so this is crew tank 2. All right, now we're going to switch over, and what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to very quickly activate the inflatable. Crane immediately magnetized to it. That's pretty rad. We have to make sure that our heading alignment, this is the other key thing, guys. When you dock stuff together, make sure you dock, because the docking ports, if they get, the docking ports will dock if you get near it. They'll do this, and then they'll snap into position. That snapping can make stuff explode. Make sure the docking ports are perfectly coplanar to each other before you try to snap them together. If you do that, you're going to safeguard yourself against Kraken strikes. Hey, Duel, are you still here? Can I get rid of the math? So if we control from here and look at our heading alignment, we're perfectly up and down. And we should have no problem doing this. Pad jumped a little bit. It did jump a little bit, which tells me that something weird is happening there. Did I miss a flight? Negative. Yes, sir, you're all set. Thanks. Hey, not a problem, dude. Not a problem, my dude. All right, so what I'm going to do is pick up the payload. Pick up the payload out of the SSTO. And once again, this is an end-to-end test. This is for continuity. The payload was in there. I could just go and launch, but I want to take it out and I want to put it back in just to illustrate what I would have to do if the SSTO was coming back for a mission and it just launched cargo and now I wanted to launch crew. Okay, so now we're going to go down here, and I'm going to set this docking port to very, very low acquisition force. Now, we just have to make sure that that docking port, we're going to control from there, make sure that that docking port is facing almost straight down. Because if we go over to the SSTO and we look at the payload docking port, what's its heading alignment? Right there. That thing is at 89.4. Interesting. What happens if we do that? Okay. Interesting. See this right here? 89.6. We have a 3-degree difference, 3-degree differential between the crane's docking port and the SSTO's docking port. That's why the pad jumped when we attached the crane to the payload a second ago. That 0.3 degree difference is why the pad jumped around a little bit. I'm telling you, you have to be super precise. And it's the cool thing about this is once again, Tim's video with Elon Musk. They talk about, Sam Patel is talking to Elon Musk about putting super heavy on top of the launch pedestal. What do you say? Nothing ever lines up. These little tolerance issues happen all the time with real rockets. It's always something stupid like that. That's what's cool about when you go to build your own pads. You'll run into tolerance problems, just like in real space programs. Only the tolerance problems are way more than just being off by like 1/10 of a degree, you know? This is the test flight to make sure that the new crew tank works, gamer. So we're at 89.5. We know that that's at 89.5. There we go. And we might get a little bit of a jump this time. I tried to shim it as best as I could. See? See the jump? See what it did? That's that degree difference. That's why it did that. The end of the pad went because of that 3-degree difference. Yeah, Solar, I know. The crew arm didn't fall off this time, though, so yeah. Look, yesterday all we did was find a way to not install a crew access arm correctly, okay? We're good now. We're good. All right, now the next thing I want to do is make sure this is more or less aligned. Ready? Pitch 0.0, 180.4. What about the master control node on the SSTO? 0.2, 180.5. A little bit of difference there, huh? Oh, that's because of the docking port holding it up. Or because of the air brakes holding it up. If I do this, yep, it's just from the docking ports. We're within 1/10 of a degree. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, everything's gravy here, guys. We just got to be careful docking payloads into the SSTO. That's something that just got to be cognizant of. I'm just happy you're using the inflatable port. It's been years. In this case, you know, I took the mass hit, Inky. I took the mass hit because the inflatable port eliminates a part. It eliminates the bracket that I needed to pull the crew tank up. Yeah, it eliminates a piece. We shaved 3 or 4 parts off, and we simplified the payload integration process. The downside is we take a mass hit for payload, so like we got to be careful. This thing's descent profile needs to be perfect. But since we're going to the station, it's a low risk thing. I can always refuel it at the station if I screw something up. So, yeah, we got to get 10 up and we got to get it back. Right now, what I'm doing is putting the crane into the stowed position. Are they going to have to EVA to the station? No, that's a docking port. I just docked the crane to it. No, not at all. This is, otherwise, this is going to the station. It's not, it's a test flight. I need to test to make sure this new payload with the revised docking port system works correctly. That's all. All right, so let me switch back over here. Payload integration checkout is good. Let's close the airlock. Retract the payload bay just for a second. See, Kraken, the other plus about this is that the Kerbals can EVA out the airlock. Because the airlock serves as a docking port and an airlock. So I actually, now we could do, that opens up the SSDO for like satellite servicing and stuff. That's what I mean. That inflatable port ended up having a lot more benefits than just one detraction of a mass hit. It's about 80 kilograms heavier than the docking port that held it. That was in the previous design. So this design is 80 kilos heavier. Or 80 kilograms more mass. That's 180 pounds. Yeah, 100, yeah, give or take. 170, something like that. Not bad. Yeah, that's the benefits outweigh the payload hit. We just got to be careful on ascent. We got to make sure that this works, which is why I'm going to do a test flight here to the station to make sure that this thing can get up there and come back down, no problem. I ideally would like to do it without refueling at the station. One shot. Hey, Binnell, what's up? Delta V is a concern. Could you put fuel in the payload bay? Inky, yeah, but adding fuel all the time is not necessarily just add more fuel. That's going to screw with my TWR, and if it screws with my TWR, that will screw with my Delta V. TWR, because this is an SSDO, the thrust to weight ratio off the pad is super important. This thing needs to get out of Kerbals' atmosphere as quickly as possible. If you don't, you're going to have some nasty problems with ascent efficiency. With any other rocket, just adding more fuel tanks, provided your TWR works, that would be the right idea. But with SSDOs, it's a little bit different because I'm not dumping stages. All right, we are aligned. Let's make sure that we're still aligned here. Yep, 1/10 of a degree off, 180.5. That's no problem. What's the back reading? Yep, 1/10 of a degree off on the heading and -2. All right, there's not much structural deformation between the launch box and the SSDO. That's a good thing. What I need to do now is go in here. Yeah, see? Yeah, okay. All right. We have a little bit of sag right there. So what we should do is go in here like this and make sure that these, yeah, those are pretty fused like that. That's because I integrated payload when this port was sagging. Okay. Not ideal, not the best thing, but it'll be all right. Whoa, we're flying this on the surface of Kerbin's sun? What? Wait. Did I say something wrong? I'm confused. What? Wait. I don't shoot Reagan, I don't what? Huh? Where did that come from? You said Kerbal instead of Kerbin. Oh, yeah, that's Kerbol with an O. Kerbol. Freaking punk kid. I see what you were trying to do. Dang jokes. Am I a joke to you? You know what? Don't answer that. Just be quiet. Just don't answer that. I said don't answer it. Why, Chet? Why you do this? Looks like the crane might be stuck. Hold on. You're my favorite joke. Thank you. Let me go to the crane controls. Let's use the aligner again. Now this thing should go. Yep, see? She was crooked a little bit. That's okay. On a scale from 1 to 10, how athletic are Kerbals? Sea Kraken, Kerbals are like ants. Ants can lift 10 times their own weight. It's like bench pressing a bulldozer. What do you know about tripropellant engines? Enough? Why, Pigzig? What do you mean? So, with like a tripropellant engine, you could have like liquid fuel and oxidizer, but you're doing something to increase the power or the efficiency, right? So you could have. I mean, I don't know. There's only certain cases for it. You could have a solid rocket booster that injects like methane into it, methane and oxidizer. That could work. Tripropellant engines are a thing. Why are we having so much trouble with this? The aligners can't be messing me up that much, can they? One jet crane. Yeah, freaking right. We're getting hung up somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where. Let me just retract it completely and let's see what it does. I think so, Sea Kraken. I don't remember off the top of my head. Maybe we just got to push from the other side? Are the brakes on the crane? Don't tell me the brakes are on this entire time, Snackless. I'll be very embarrassed. Nope, I'll cycle them anyway, just to be sure. Yeah, see? Webless can't even push the damn thing. It looks like the crane's getting hung up on the, it's pushing up against the fuel tanks. Interesting. I don't know why. If I go to align it, right, it'll move back into position. Huh. Okay. Okay, if that's the way this wants to just keep going. Doesn't seem like I'm doing anything with the, by pushing it. It's just doing that because I set the aligners up. Always something new. Well, we changed something, man. Of course. Whenever you change something, if you don't get a different result, well, then it's peculiar. What are you trying to do? I'm just trying to move the crane out of the way. The crane needs to move out of the way so I can go and launch. The crane is the hangar and the payload integration thing, equipment. So we gotta... Levis needs to push this sucker out of the way. Well, looks like whatever it's doing, it isn't messing with it now, so... Yeah, Binol, this is a giant launch complex. I don't just build the rocket, I build the launch complex too. All of it. It's a full end-to-end solution, and we're using what's a type of rocket called a single stage to orbit, meaning that plane will fly all the way into space. It'll fly all the way up into orbit, and then it'll come back down and land on the runway. Single stage, i.e. no first stage, second stage, no parts of the rocket fall off on the way up into space. Yeah, hopefully. You can never be sure. What I'm doing here, Bino, what I'm doing here is I'm testing out a crew tank. The payload bay at the very top of the vehicle here has a crew module in it. You can see it right here. See? There's a crew compartment in there. I redesigned it the other day. What I want to do is before I go and put Kerbals in the new design, I want to make sure that it works. What I would ideally be doing with this is using this to send Kerbals up to my space station. And I'd be using it to send Kerbals up to the space station. So what I want to do, just to make sure that everything is safe, because I have no reload button. I play with a very, very hard difficulty setting. No reloads, no reverts, no nothing. Put it out on the pad the first time. If it blows up, tough tookies. That's it. Go make another one, or hopefully you have the money to do it. Hopefully you have the money to do that. So what I'm doing, that forces me to test in a similar manner to how NASA would test in real life. And that's on purpose. I made these rules to make this kind of gameplay for KSP, right? So what I'm doing here is what's called end-to-end testing, similar to like an orbital flight test. But it's an orbital test that's testing the payload, because the payload right now, for all intents and purposes, is part of the vehicle. Yep, I'm doing an orbital test flight for my new crew module to make sure I can get it up to the station with you know, and back down safely. Dude, so I take the testing pretty hardcore. If you know, I make the testing criteria pretty hardcore. The crew tank is not empty. I put weights inside of the crew tank to mimic the Kerbals that would be sitting in there. So this is about as close as we can get to putting Kerbals in it without putting Kerbals in it. Tough cookies. Nice, Thorin. Gleblis really deserves to go to space. Well, Swishio, I could send Kerbals into orbit for 10 Gs with this. Bic, the other thing, or Binal, the other thing is that the pad the crane, the SSTO, the tow truck, all reusable. All I need to do is refuel the pad. It costs $10K to put this thing into space and bring it back down. That's it. 10,000 bucks worth of fuel. And that's all. Now, don't get me wrong. This one is a small sat launcher. It doesn't have much use aside from sending out small payloads or sending people to the station. And it's pretty useless beyond that. That's why what I'm doing this week is building up funds to launch its bigger brother into space. Now, I know that doesn't look like much, but then look at it sitting on the runway and kind of take a step back. It looks exactly the same, right? Because it is. It's basically just a scaled up version. Are you going to test the crew gantry? Absolutely. Good evening. Hey, Thorn. Yeah, see, I have a much bigger launch pad and a much bigger vehicle. See, there's the jet truck. There's a Kerbal right there. This thing can move 36 tons into space. It can move space shuttle-sized payloads up into space, and it comes back down and lands. Unfortunately, I had a little bit of a mishap on the pad the other day with it. And I was kind of forced to go back to using the less expensive alternative for the time being. I've been trying to make money back with this thing to get enough money to build another one of these. I am playing career. Yep. Oh, yeah. But the other thing about my rule set, mission mode, Binal, is that chat votes on the program. Chat voted for me to make the SSTO. Because the previous way that I had... The previous way that I launched crew into space actually ended up killing Jeb, and chat voted to cancel that program and replace it with the SSTO. So I gotta be careful, man. Chat votes on what I do. My mission direction and stated goals of my space program are at the whim of Twitch chat, which might not be the best idea, but we'll see how that pays off. There I was doing mass simulator tests with the big pad. This is an SSTO that has all the expensive bits taken off. And yeah, there's the small boy working. So Twitch play, and so like the cool thing is they give me deadlines for these space programs, and they give me money. Like chat can fund the missions. So basically, I say, chat, what do we want to do? Chat says, let's build an SSTO, and I say, okay, how long do you think that's going to take? 2 months, 3 months, 4 weeks? Because I have to do all the end-to-end testing because I can't reload, right? And chat votes on a deadline, and then they vote on how much all that testing is going to cost. So the whole point of my mission mode rules is, one, to make it absurdly difficult for your boy, because I've been playing KSP for like a decade now. If I can't get some of these challenges done, I'd be really concerned. And even then, I still fail from time to time. But and also teach people how this stuff, give people a general idea how this stuff works in real life. Like, check it out, man. I killed Jeb. I killed Jeb on my old crew access vehicle, and chat canceled it. They canceled the program. The space shuttle, unfortunately, when Columbia happened, was the reason why they tried to replace it. Failing in this has consequences. If I fail in meeting a deadline, if I kill a Kerbal, rep hits. I take huge rep hits for missing deadlines. That's why my reputation in mission mode is in the toilet. I have 37% rep because I keep missing deadlines because SSTOs are complicated. How dare you kill Jeb? Yeah, I know. I'm just terrible, huh? Are you using a single Kerbal to push the entire crane? Glebless is strong. I could use a truck to do it. We could use the jet truck over there, but that's all the way over there, man. Okay. Pad is closed out. Glebless, you should probably get away from this. So, Glebless, get over here and get out and just that's not the hatch I wanted you to EVA out of, but that's okay. Oh, nice, Hellfish. I know you're a little busy also. Still a better rep than Spirit Air. RJ, what's that? Oh, nice station. That looks great, man. I mean, Jeb went to the moon twice before I screwed up and got him killed. So you're leaving the USAF BMT in a few weeks. Nice, Toa. I think I've killed Jeb in my entirety of playing Kerbal, Reginald. Like, when I play with my strict rules, probably like 3 or 4 times through a couple of different saves. Which isn't bad, I suppose. Okay. Okay, I think we are go for integration here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to unlock the master hinge. And then I'm going to go in here and we are going to unlock the erector hinge. Erector hinges are unlocked. Okay, we're going to put down the alignment hinges, except for that one. Actually, you know what? We could probably put all of them down. So reset that cow controller all the way into the downward position. Okay. Chat, anything weird here? That's correct, Inky. The one where we launch Kerbals up to the station, they're going out to the moon, yeah. You plan for the mass of the Kerbals, but what about the solar panel you need to add? The solar panel should be an inconsequential amount of mass, should be. And then I also overestimated here with the Kerbal mass by putting 2 hunks of metal in there. So that's it's a slight overestimate, Inky. That should outweigh the cost, but that's a good point. We'd have to look. Oh, there's a lot that's weird, but but nothing looks off. No. Right. Right. Did you dock the erector to the SSTO? I did. Chat looks over my shoulder because I lost that SSTO because of a stupid mistake. I don't mind them looking over my shoulder. Is the new gantry grain going to pop off again? No. Did I dock the erector also? Okay, right. How can the big one move 36 tons and the small one only 2 tons if the big one is only 2 times bigger? It's 4 times bigger. Technically, it's 4 times bigger. I said 2 times bigger, Switchio. It's 2 times the size, but 4 times the volume. So, I mean, I don't know. 4 times the size, I guess. I remembered the entire checklist, and this is the VOD that we need to look at to ensure that we do this right. Okay, so T rotational control is armed. Launch box rotational control armed. The debug controller is disarmed. Good. The master rotation control is online. Forward control on the master rotator. Yep. Okay. We have unlocked the hinges. Okay, let's bring it vertical. See what happens. I'm looking around, making sure that nothing's binding up. Everything looks good here. The SSTO isn't bending here like it was before. It's not doing this thing when we try to put it upright. 600 human error prone. Well, 600 people, KC, missed the dang landing gear problem on the big SSTO, so that's why I like you guys looking over my shoulder, but every once in a while I'll be like, hey, any outstanding items we need to fix? Did I figure out the cause of the ship yesterday being banged up? Lazy integration barrel mostly. Drifting parts and bent parts come from not perfectly aligned docks. Kraken strikes are what bend things. See, like, look, we integrated it this time. You see any deformation? Nope, nothing. And granted, this thing is brand new. And there's a slight tiny amount right there, but...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Look at that. 89.9. Perfect. Okay, open up the payload bay here. Hey, Swamp Thing! Give it the sub to Enerelion. Okay. Launch crew is now moving the crew access tower into position. Unlocking hinge 1, unlocking hinge 2, hinge 3. While that's moving into position, we're going to go down here. Lock out the launch box hinge. Okay. Lock 1, lock 2, lock 3, lock Lawman. Ah, Tessa, must be a microconverter malfunction. I'm sorry, sir. We'll try and reverse the beam. Well, if I did everything right, this should line up. It looks okay. Launch a scrub due to weather. Too real, Toxic. Too real, man. Take a screenshot? Oh. Is there a slow setting? Wow. Not bad. Perfect. Okay. Everything looks good there. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is we will lock these into that position for now. Retraction pins are into locked position. Well, that doesn't look bad. That looks pretty friggin' cool. Okay, that looks pretty neat. The valves took a dump, Robotnik, because of nitrogen tetroxide permeation through the Teflon seals, causing nitric acid buildup inside of the fuel pressurization system. And the reason why it did that is because there was moisture inside of the valves. How the moisture got there, Boeing doesn't know. they got to take the capsule apart, which sucks. Bad news, but I went into it in pretty good detail. I went into it in pretty good detail at the beginning of Space News, right when the conference happened. So, yeah, if you want more about it, check it out. Does Glebless have a parachute? She does. Oh no, she does. Yeah, she does, but I don't think she can use it. I think you need to be 1 star to do that. Starliner is not going to happen in August, at the very least. I don't know how long we don't know how long it's going to be. That's what I'm basically doing now, Swishio. Glebless is going to be here, is here to do the... Yeah, I know, Barrel, right? It's not as cool as an elevator. Yeah, whatever. That's cool. See, this is the stuff that makes this sick. This is so fun. Alright, get in there. Do our fitment test for us, Gleber. Okay. Okay. Alright, can she EVA out? Yep. Perfect. No hatch obstructions, no nothing. Perfect. Alright. I need Jim to go stand in there. That was cool, wasn't it? Did we get spoiled by him or what, RJ? Oh man, we got so spoiled by him. It's just ridiculous, dude. Okay. Fit checks are complete. What's the crew capacity of the SSTO, and does it have a launch escape system? The crew capacity is 3. It does not have a launch escape system. No. Nope. No launch escape system. I could, if I really wanted to, I could eject the crew tank out of the SSTO. But honestly, Binal, I know like the engines aren't going to malfunction. The only thing that's going to put this thing into an abort scenario is me. Is me not flying it correctly. That's the only thing that's going to make me not want to have the crew in the SSTO during operations. So, in that regard, I don't have a way to get them away from the vehicle quickly. But, honestly, I have the safeguards in place to... Basically, at any point, I could get them back to the runway. So the abort corridor works more like the space shuttle. And I know that doesn't sound... It's like, so that's not good, right? The shuttle, the reason the shuttle had problems is because, you know, like, not problems. The reason why the shuttle was seen as unsafe and it had what's called blackout windows in its ascent where it couldn't abort was because of engine confidence. They weren't confident in the engines, like the SRBs, shuttle motors, etc., etc. That confidence improved towards the end of the program. It was fine. But with me, I can abort at any time and get them right back to the runway. I could put a chute on there just in case the crap absolutely hits the fan, but I plan for success, and I guess plan for success and, you know, prepare for the worst. But here's the thing, man. The honest to God truth is that if this thing hits the water, I have something very serious to contemplate aside from Something has gone horribly wrong. Getting the Kerbals away from the vehicle is not the least of my concern if this thing goes careening out of control towards the water. I mean, it's high up there, but that means there's something catastrophically wrong with my design. So what I like to do, Binal, is because I can rely on the engines. The engines aren't going to malfunction on me. I can rely on those engines. I can rely on them to work. I try to get safety through reliability, flying it a lot, understanding what the vehicle does. My reliability comes from flight hours, like SpaceX. The more they fly, the more they get, the more they learn, the more they understand the vehicle. That makes sense? Add an abort procedure. Sorry if I'm being anal. My abort procedure is that this thing can dump its fuel and get back to the runway if something goes wrong during ascent. See, that's the thing, passing time. The chute and all the Separatrons, that's like doubling our payload mass. It's an SSTO, guys. I can't just add stuff to it. The Separatrons and all the chutes that we'd need to get this thing to get away and abort, it would give it the capacity to move 1 Kerbal, not 3. Do you have drain valves? Of course. Yep. If something goes wrong with ascent, I drain the fuel and we turn around and we RTLS and come right back down to the runway. And unlike the space shuttle, I'll actually get it back to the runway. Space shuttle RTLSs were never tried because it's most likely going to end with the space shuttle becoming a submarine. The next window for Starliner is a tight one, right between Crew 3 doing the relocation of docking ports and CRS-24 going up, and if they can't go for that one, OFT-2 is pushed to next year. Yikes. Did I see your last? In the future, should we fuel the SSTO before we put the crew in? I don't know, Pilch. It shouldn't matter, dude, but can anybody think of anything where that would actually make a difference? What kind of flight abort envelopes do you reckon Starship might be able to pull off if necessary? Something, Pigzig, that would end up being similar to an airplane. It will adjust on the pad. Yeah, that's probably a good enough reason, Pilch. Fuel it up and then put the crew in? Yeah, that would probably be a good enough reason. Especially with the big one sagging on the pad like it does, right? Okay. So, in that regard, let's go for fueling. Zenki! Hello! 33-month resub. John going, we want you to try an RTLS on STS-1. Ha! Good joke. Wait, you're serious? Nah, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say let's fuel up and then put crew in, shuttle style, for the same reasons. Because we have no launch escape system and pad abort mechanism, it would be better if we did it that way. Thanks, Karate. Yeah. Yeah. Fuel and then load crew, because lack of abort system. We can't load and go and pad abort. This thing has no pad abort, so that's a good idea, guys. Let's switch that in the checklist. We want to fuel it and then get the crew near the thing and then send it. The risk is mitigated more in this particular scenario if we load crew after fueling, because of no pad abort. In the future, we should remove the crew access arm before we fuel. Does it matter? It's not going to hurt anything where it is. I don't think.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Urban, 43 months. Lord Disease, 16 months. All right, that's good to know. Fuel first. Anyway, let's, with that being said, let's get this, let's get the log filled out, and let's go. So the mission that we're running here is, it's an orbital flight test with crew pod 2. Crew pod 2, orbital parameters, 80 to 80 to 100 by 100 to Liberty Station. Inclination 0. We don't have a T0 coordinated just yet. Payload mass is 2019. It's 2.19 tons. Launch Complex 1A. This is the first flight from this complex since I refurbished it. The 113th flight total. We're using SN10, but this is the first flight. 8th total flights from this orbiter. Refurb. Mission description. Crew Pod 2 end-to-end certification mission. All right, dudes, let's coordinate our T0 time. We know sending crew to it is probably going to take about getting the crew out here, or I'd have the crew probably in a van sitting waiting to go. It takes about 10 minutes to fuel, so I'll figure 15 minutes for the T0, but we don't need to do that extra 5 minutes. It's just like a regular launch. So let's coordinate a 10-minute T0 time. So year 4, 282, 5, so it's 12:43, so 5:23 would give us 10 minutes and 17 seconds for the launch time. Okay, T0 is coordinated. We are at T-minus 10 minutes, 17 seconds. Okay. We are go for fueling. No, it's not going to bump it, Pilch. All right, open up the oxidizer. All right, so we have 6 tanks in the nose of this. And then 4 tanks on each side. There's 3 main fuel tanks. There's one here, there's one here, and there's one here. 4 here, 6 in the front. So we got to make sure that we get the 6 tanks picked out.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, that's 5. That's 6. And then we have 2 Mark II tanks on the top. There's Mark II number 1. And then Mark II rocket fuselage short. There's the second one. Let's bring the arrow window back up for telemetry. Okay, so we should have 1, 2, 4x200 fuel tanks, and now we should have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 fuselages on the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All fuel tanks are selected. Plug that out like that. We only need 1 fuel tank at a time. Okay. We go for fueling, chat. Yeah, lulz, I know. People don't use their brain, but it's fine. It just you're just experts on it, right? Okay, snacks are go. I loaded dud payload in there. We loaded snacks. Move the CAA back. We can load with the CAA in this position, Pilch. What's the worst that could happen? It blows up. Pretty sure if it blows up, the CAA getting damaged is not the worst of our problems, right? It's fine. It's fine where it is. Okay, we are go for fueling. Chef wants the snack break. Hell yeah. Alright, and we know that we can time warp through the fueling procedure. Okay, fueling is above 50%. Pilch, I'll be fine. Okay, vehicle is fully fueled. Now, I have to do some fuel balancing on the tank farm here. Because for whatever reason, having fuel loaded in on one side and not the other makes drifting happen pretty badly. So, let's just... Okay, fuel balancing is complete on the tank farm. Laws, I don't know, maybe. I like the design in good faith rule, dude. So I'm not gonna have Kerbals go to Duna just in a pod, right? Because you'd need way more environmental control for a trip like that, right? I just try to build in good faith. I just try to build in good faith because there's no reasonable metric in the stock game to kind of simulate life support. What I do use on the station is data, but yeah. Okay, we are T-minus 2 minutes, 50 seconds. So, Pilch, what we should do here is CAA retract first and then transporter. So, what we'll do now, we are go for crew access arm retract. This is where we would load the crew, right? CA retract. Hey Dave, 38-month resub. In good faith. Nice. Wait, there's a boat offshore. Hold. No, wait, it's a pirate ship. So let's launch and get away from the pirate ship, obviously. Getting a little bit of deformation right there, no problem. Okay. We will go now for unhooking right here. I guess we won't. Shoot. Kerbal just straight up said no. So it just straight up was like, nah, I don't want to do that. Nope. Look, nothing. Kerbal just straight up said, no, I do not want to do that. I've never seen it do that before. Well, I guess we're in a hold here. Wow. Yeah, that rarely ever happens. Holy crap. That's peculiar. What the hell? All right. Yeah, that's me right now. Yeah, I went to undock and it said no. That's weird, man. I've never encountered that kind of error before. You just got Boeinged. Ooh. Now, Element, did I just get unlucky? Yeah, I guess flight termination. That was a GTS checks game termination system. Oh, jeez. Who knows what the heck it's. Oh man. Good thing there's not many Kerbals near this thing right now because, yeah, during a launch procedure like that, when you're fueling and whatnot, that's really not a good time to reload the scene. Always, my friend. Hell yeah. I'm just gonna get down because there could be explosions. I'm just gonna, if you don't mind, just gonna. Can I look yet? Nice. Okay. Okay, where... Wow, it saved at the exact point that it crashed. Okay, I'm just going to keep the console up when I try to do this time, and you guys tell me if you see anything over here, okay? So, I'm just going to... Well, it worked that time. Whatever. I don't know what that was. Hopefully we don't encounter that again. Alright, so we are T-minus 2 minutes and 20 seconds here. We're going to lock out rotational control on the master control and the rotation and the launch box rotational controller, and we are go for strong back retract. Crew access arm is retracted. We are locking out the CAA pins. CAA locking pins are locked out. The access arm is in the passive position. Closing out the payload bay. Okay. We are go for engine chill down, T-minus 1 minute. Thermal conditioning on the engines. Stand by for TVC checkout. Thrust vector checkout and thermal conditioning on the engines is confirmed. Next step in the flight is gas closeout, if I can find it. Okay, we've closed out gas fuel lines from the pad. First stage is reading full tank of gas. Vehicle is pressed for flight. Range Operations Coordinator, report range status. Status check. Go 10. Go OFT Crew Pod 2. Vehicle's clear to proceed with terminal count. Groundside pyrotechnic system is armed. Set control point. Control point set on the vehicle. Pin that just in case something goes wrong. Okay. T-minus 15. Guidance is internal. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we had a little bit of a hierarchy problem on the liftoff, but we do have a liftoff. Reset control point. Reset camera. We have cleared the pad. Crew Pod 2 OFT is in the air. Vehicles pitching down range. Roll program is complete. I forgot to lock out those control surfaces, guys. Okay, all systems are looking good. .42 TWR. Vehicles now are traveling at 80 meters a second. 1.1 kilometers off the ground. Dynamic pressures at 4 kilopascals and increasing. That wasn't checklist predominant. That was a hierarchy problem. Yeah, that's weird. It's weird that it did that. It shouldn't have done that. That means there's something that the hierarchy's doing that I didn't foresee. My guess is it came from Payload Integration, but we'd have to check. I have to check. Oh, for the control surfaces. Yes, okay. Yeah, that's a good call. But here, let's fly the vehicle. Vehicle's doing secondary pitch over now. We have max Q, 13.1 pascals. Everything's looking good. Vehicle is going transonic. Actually, leaving the transonic regime. Vehicle supersonic now. Everything's looking good here. 400 meters a second, 15 kilometers in altitude. Okay, we're beginning throttle back of the twin KS25s. Okay, we're initiating deep throttle of the KS25s. Nice, sir. Why is she wobbling so much? Okay, 1.6 kilometers. Velocity moving to 1.7. Vehicle is now 49 kilometers up. Ascent is looking good here. Okay, stand by. Everything's looking good. We are 3 minutes 30 seconds into the flight. Crossing 2 kilometers a second. Stand by, press for MECO. Okay, MECO confirmed. We have main engine cutoff. 289 left here, shutting down the mains. Orbital maneuvering system is online. Orbital maneuvering system Delta V is reading 357. Everything is looking good here. Stand by for the circularization burn. Ohms 1 required on the ascent 10. .147 meters a second, Delta V there. We have a 3 minute 46 second burn time. Split that number in half because of the low TWR. So we're going to try to burn basically right around the T-2 minute mark. We got about 1 minute and 15 seconds here until Ohms 1 firing. Where are we controlling from? I'm controlling from the thrust vector, Shady. I don't know why it was overcompensating like that. Maybe because of the differential payload mass. Because we're carrying a heavier payload than previously seen. T-minus 45 seconds to Ohms 1. Right, Matt? It's pretty cool. Ascent was looking good there, guys. Looking real good. All right, we are 25 seconds till the Ohms 1 burn. Actually, my burn time went down. That's weird. It went to 3 minute 8, which means 1 minute 30, 1 minute 34. Let me just pulse the engines and make sure that that's right. It is. The number didn't change. Okay. We're coordinating a new Ohms 1 time here in T-minus 20 seconds. Yeah, this thing doesn't throttle down during max Q, Inky. It just brute forces itself into space. Throttling down for max Q will incur grav loss on the vehicle. Trust me, it's better to just go right through. We left the atmosphere. Oh, yeah, Pilch. Okay. Okay, Ohms 1 firing is complete. It is online. There you go, ma'am. Yeah, lunar lander, right? It's more efficient to stay on the prograde vector, B-Sol. Trust me. If I did this right, when this says T-0, the maneuver node should be on prograde because I'm orbiting around the planet. The more efficient way is to stay on the prograde vector. That's the most efficient way to raise AP and PE using prograde and retrograde. Trust me, prograde lock makes this... It's not going to get me completely into the finalized orbit that I want, but this is more efficient, so I can adjust accordingly as we go. We're pretty efficient right now because we're burning prograde close to AP. Burning at AP on the prograde vector is the most efficient time to raise or lower your PE depending on which way you're pointing. We have positive periapsis. What are the orbital engines on the big SSTO? Poodle engines. Oh, there you go, Matt. Okay, vehicles in closed loop guidance. I don't need the maneuver node, I can just control it manually. I like to call it closed loop guidance because it's simpler. The vehicle is controlling itself. The vehicle knows where it is. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. We have passed the orbital threshold. It's called the deviation and its variation, which is called air. Okay, we have nominal orbital insertion 87,254 by 87,957. NOI on the mission log, nominal orbital insertion. Nice. Alright, where's that station? Oh, sweet. We're right on its inclination, too. We have 206 meters a second delta V left over. How close are we to trying Big Chungus again? I gotta do this mission, and then I gotta do one more mission after this that pays really well, and after that, like, I don't know, 1 or 2 more missions. I'll have enough. I should have, if everything goes right here, I should have enough money by tomorrow. Knock on wood, though. What's the current mission? We're testing out a new crew pod so I can Kerbal rate this so we can do a mission that requires Kerbals that pays out a lot. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to dial in a maneuver here that sets my AP there, and then what I'm going to do is go into the maneuver planner right here, and I'm going to plus in a couple of orbits, and then wait until these get near each other, right? And then what we do is move this here, and then I hit this key right here, and we can figure out exactly where this thing needs to go to get the least amount of energy needed to get to the space station. Shouldn't take much. So see, the number started to go up right there, so let's just increase our velocity there. There we go. Alright, so now we just gotta rotate this into position. 10, 9, 8, 7 kilometer intercept. See, this is like 3 or 4 orbits out, guys. I dial in the maneuver node first. That's a really good habit to get into. Dial it in so you can figure out the least amount of velocity that you need to get near the station. We're looking at maybe 20 meters a second to get to the station and dock with it. Three, 2. Is that a 1? Come on. I'm just taking time to fine-tune this thing. Clicking on Kerbin kind of screwed it a little bit. Fun to see some progress. Nice. You want to know something great, EJ? JFK's speech from the 1960s works with the Starship in place of the Saturn V. It's kind of insane. Yeah. Yeah. That's neat. It's pretty neat. Alright, I screwed it up a little bit. Let me just... 1.3, 1.4. Now we just got to shift this around. 1.2. I had 1.2 there for a second. See, we want to try to use as little fuel as possible. Is today the Kerbals come home? No, not necessarily. That should happen tomorrow. Depending on what's going on. I can't get the rest of this buttoned up. That's weird. Let's just take a look. What's wrong there? Oh, inclination. Inclination is what's separating us out at that point. I could probably... We gotta key in some inclination because we have a slight offset. Seven right there. Now it's 23 because I have to overcome that offset. Yeah, we came in at a slight differential inclination. Our orbit is tilted just a little bit more. See, there's a little gap right there. That's what's going on. That's not really that big of an issue. It's just, yeah, we're gonna end up using about 50 delta V to get to the station, but it's all right. So let's get this payload bay opened up. The maneuver node is keyed in. I should be able to get us there. Inclination is easy to overcome during station rendezvous operations. It's not that. It's a little bit delta V intensive, but not the worst thing to get around. Refueling at the station is an option if stuff is going in wrong, Swishio. Yeah. I would really like to be able to get this thing up and down without refueling at the station. That's a bad crutch. It's a bad habit to get into because you might not always have the station there to refuel. What if I'm launching a payload that's just as heavy as this thing into space that's not going to the station and the station isn't near? I'm screwed. It's a bad crutch. That's a bad habit to get into. I really would like this thing to have enough fuel to get up and down by itself, right? Hey, Torg, 11 months. Need to think of something cool to put there. That's a tier 2 11-month sub. Thanks, man. What if we bring the station to a 90 by 90 orbit to give it a bit more margin? I could do that, Wisp. They kept the ISS low during the shuttle program, so the shuttle had enough payload capacity to be able to bring up big stuff to it. And then after the shuttle program ended, Wisp, to avoid atmospheric drag so they wouldn't have to boost it as much, they put it up to an altitude that the shuttle wouldn't be able to get to. ISS is 400 kilometers up. It's way up there. It's pretty high for a low Earth orbit. Like, for instance, like a set of Starlink satellites, its parking orbit is like 200 kilometers by like 200 kilometers or something. It's really, really low. Okay. Let's time warp. Stand by for the rendezvous maneuver. We just got to be very careful with that Delta V, guys. Very careful. Because remember, 60 of that we need for deorbiting. And if I'm remembering right from last time, you know, we had 100 meters a second left over when we went into land, and that was not enough. I ran out right over KSC and almost lost the vehicle, so we got to be very careful here. Any crew on board? No, this is a test. I redid my crew pod, Milo, just a little bit, and I want to just make sure that this works. I want to make sure I can get it up to the station and down without having any problems. KC, it's using vernier thrusters that use liquid fuel and oxygen. Holmes 2 for rendezvous. Oh, nice, Chief. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Okay. Should be 1,100 out. We're going to need another 23, so, fellas, we might have to refuel at the station. Damn. I think lowering the station to 90 by 90 would probably be better. Yeah, that's probably the better solution here. I'll have enough fuel to get to the station, and we'll have enough to refuel at the station passing, but it's I should lower the station because I put it into a 90 by 90 almost. We're in 87 by 87, and that we had enough Delta V to bring it back down. Is 85 by 85 better? Yeah, 85 to 85. The lower I put it, the more we reduce mission risk here, right? The lower I put it, that means the less fuel that this thing needs to lug this crew tank up to the station, right? That'd make getting to the station a little bit easier. But I also like to give myself margin downwards as well. Why? Well, if you have a weird ascent, right, and you're trying to you're in phase with the station, if you have a weird ascent, you can correct with that, you know, altitude between 70 kilometers and wherever your station is. 85 actually is not the worst. I wouldn't mind putting this in 85 by 85. We could do that. The fueling at the station is a band-aid fix. I think the best thing, so we don't have to go back into development for the SSTO, would just be to lower the station. That would be the easy thing. There's literally no downside to doing that. 85 by 85 would actually... Yeah, that should do us right. That should do us right. Hey, Yoigles. No, Yarg, I'm not... I had a pretty damn good ascent, and we wouldn't have enough Delta V to make it back down, to get to the station, do rendezvous, make it back down. We'd run out of RCS during re-entry, which is almost... Well, it's pretty much what happened the last time I tried to do this. So, Yarg, we were thinking as a solution, instead of going back to the drawing board and trying to figure out a way to put more fuel in this, etc., 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 it would be better to just lower the station. Lower the station to 85 by 85. I think that's the right move. We don't have to worry about decaying orbit with the station below 70, but, like I said, I want the margin. I want a margin between 70 and 85 to make sure that I can, words, you know, if I have a bad insertion, I can still get to the station. I'm going to put it at 85, Yarg. It's at 100 by 100. Did I see your last? We need to refuel to make sure that we are fueled enough to land correctly. Let's take this as a learning mission. Go to the station, refuel, try to land from 85 by 85. Oh, crap. That's right. If I put it at 85 by 85, my re-entry trajectory changes. Oh. No, Fame, not really. Oh, crap. Now we're gonna figure out how we're gonna fix that problem. That's not good. I don't want to go back into re-entry profile testing because we pretty much have the dang re-entry profile nailed. To an extent, Ivo, yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, not particularly, but I'm not going to make a space station look like a Borg cube, if that's what you're asking. Okay. All right, we are 2 kilometers out from the station. We gotta go down. Keep it clean in my chat during the day, Casey, if you could. Past midnight, I don't care. Swear up a storm. But while I'm playing Kerbal, dude, try not to, you know, swear as much as possible, if you could. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Okay, stand by for ohms 3. T-minus 30 seconds. During the day, it's 4 a.m. Yeah, that's why I always say Eastern time, past midnight Eastern time. So during the day for me, not for you. Switchio, I meant to say that so people don't get confused. You, on the other hand, just got confused anyway. Should probably listen next time. Mammy. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, like, guys, don't get me wrong. I curse from time to time, and then during racing and stuff, I curse like a sailor. But I just don't really like that swearing has become a part of everyday grammar. Their everyday language. That's annoying. You know, swearing, you know, like if something goes wrong and I'm like, oh no, you know, like that's, I get it. Like that's different. When will you learn? Okay, we're here. We just gotta... Hey, Lois, diarrhea. You learn that your actions have consequences. You freaking fricks. You ruined Sonic. Still funny. They shouldn't, RJ, but they might. It's possible. Yeah, we have to refuel. I just have to be careful. I don't want to take too much fuel from the thing. Alright, I have to work on my translate thrusters here. Alright, hold on. Let me... There we go. We're closing at 5 meters a second. I need to work on this one. That needs to be port starboard. Port starboard. And then... Okay. And then... you guys... So that's for pitch, not necessarily for roll. We need dorsal ventral with that one. Dorsal ventral with that one. And then this guy right here needs to be dorsal and ventral. And then you guys back here, the back ones can be for dorsal ventral. Dorsal ventral.
Honey, I'm home.
Oh, hey. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm fine.
What's wrong with Rocket?
Nothing.
Oh.
I'm just kind of configuring it. I have to keep track of this in my head, that's all. How are you?
I'm good.
How was it?
It was fine.
Yeah?
Sorry I didn't text you. I was like...
You are just a horrible person, lady.
I felt so bad when I realized...
Really?
Yeah, I was like, oh God. You probably didn't even notice.
Oh, I did.
Oh. Huh?
I did.
You looked at the camera.
So? So what? What does that mean?
That means...
You're gonna get on my case about this? This is ridiculous.
Thanks, KJ.
Look, Primo's going to the city by herself. Is it too much to ask to have her text me to make sure that she's not dead? This is ridiculous.
No, I don't mind that.
Sure.
I just felt bad I forgot to do it.
That is a large effort. And shut up, Pulse. I don't need your crap in here.
My mommy was worried too, so between the two of you, if I had died, someone would have known.
I don't need to get a phone call from the police at 3 a.m.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you.
Yeah, I don't want that.
No, Yarg, but as a woman, it's a little bit sketchier to go into a city at night all by yourself. So, that's all.
Yargles, Yargles, Yargles.
Alright, that's all. I just want to let you know I was home.
Mm-hmm. Alright, baby.
And thanks for all the compliments, chat. You're very nice.
You're very nice.
You're very nice.
Yeah, you should have faxed me. What's wrong with you? Why are these thrusters limited? Screw that. That's why this thing is having so many problems. I'm wondering why the translate thrusters aren't translating correctly. It's because we have differential thrust right there. There we go. Much better. 600 meter in closing. You don't use the encounter tab? Nah. This is all I need. That and that. I don't even need this picture. I'm just looking at these three right here. I can tell you where I am. Couldn't have been that wild of a party if it's over by 10 a.m. Do you use RO? Negative. So that's yaw. Why is that set to roll? See, this is what I mean. That thruster should be set to yaw. This one up here should be set for roll control. That one can be set for pitch. This one down here should be set for roll control. And then this one down here should be set for pitch and then dorsal ventral. Up here should be pitch, dorsal ventral. That one should be port and starboard control. That should be yaw. That one should be roll. And that one's roll. Perfect. All right. So we're 500 out. Okay, we have a 100-meter intercept with the station here. Now let me just make sure these ones are set correctly as well. This one, that one should be set to roll. This one right here should be set to yaw. This one down here should be set to roll. You should have pitch and dorsal ventral. You should have yaw, port and starboard, and then you should have pitch, dorsal ventral. Okay, cool. All those are configured correctly. What game did Han Solo have to win to get the Millennium Falcon? Dejarik, I think is what it's called, Primo? Sabic, that's the other one. Dejarik is the checker, is the circular checkerboard. Yeah, Sabic, there you go. Why, Brimo, was that a trivia question? Alright, so that one should be set to dorsal ventral pitch and roll. Dorsal ventral pitch and roll. This one should be set to yaw. Just yaw. That one should be set to yaw, port, and starboard. Yaw. Yaw, port, and starboard. This one should be set to pitch, and I honestly don't need roll from this. These are too close to the central axis for roll. It's a waste of thruster. Okay. We're 300 from the station. Just doing slight station keeping maneuvers. Vehicle is a lot more responsive to the RCS commands now. Sweet. Intercept is inside of 100, so I'll spare you guys some time here. Okay, we're going in on this side, so... Okay. Closing descent speed to 1 meter a second. Okay. $60 meters, 6.6 meters a second differential velocity here. Okay, I'll save you guys some time here. Extend the corridor. Not yet. Vehicle's not oriented yet. Okay. Welcome 10 back to Liberty Station here. 0 out total velocity here, and in part pitch on the vehicle. Normally you probably wouldn't do rendezvous operations this close to the station, but I'm really trying to conserve fuel. We can extend it now, Swiscio, that's fine. Okay, the airlock and docking ring control is set to active. Yeah, 126 is no good. That's no good. We're going to need to top this off with about 50 units of fuel. Did I only shut off one of the roll control thrusters? You know what? I'll just leave it on. Alright, Brimo, good night. Today I got to see 4014 up close. Nice, Bluegill. That's awesome. Alright, guys. Let's get this thing up to the station. A dart makes you sad. That's alright. Maybe we'll use it again someday. After I fix it. There could be use for it in some way, shape, or form. I don't know what it would be, but I think overall, though, the only thing Dart's going to be doing anywhere in the near future is being a museum piece. Okay, we're doing final alignment here. There is a plan to bring it back down. I'm going to do it with the big SSDO, though, Ivo. Yeah, we'll do it with the large one. I'll bring it back down, and when I bring it back down, we'll get... I have its payload stool that... Its parking spot, basically, at the museum with the other Dart that's there. We decommissioned 2 Darts when we canceled the program. But I left it up here as a lifeboat for the Kerbals that are up here. Center, 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 nice and good. Center. A little low. Stand by for final dock. We are 5 meters away. Okay, we are good for a soft capture there. Oh, wow, we got it right off the bat. Whoo! Look at that thing. Not bad, man. Not bad. Well, yeah, 1/10 of a meter a second, Swishio. 1/10 of a meter a second, dude. I love it. All right. She's there. Okay. Very good. Very good. Look at it compared to Dart. Dart's so small. Dart's so small. This is a uncrewed flight test for the new crew tank S-Master with this thing on there. We only ended up using about 50 meters a second for rendezvous proximity and operations, which is pretty good. 23. It was 23 for rendezvous burn, 23 to match the station, and actually it was more like 60. But yeah. Does the crew tank have a launch escape system? No. No. Safety through reliability, yes. No launch escape system. And even if it did, even if I did want to put one on, I don't have the mass. I don't have the mass. If we could put a launch escape system on, and then we could take away a Kerbal. We could move 2 Kerbals instead. I'd prefer to just get it back to the runway every time. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just iron out our procedures. We'll write the checklists, and we'll get it there every time. Yeah, they said that on a NASA webcast one time. Hey, a lot of science there. Transmit out that science, baby. Are you taking the crew home? No, not this flight. Yeah, they've been up there for about 150 days. Actually, no, it's more like a year. Cathbart, Tsuyuki, and Tedley don't mind. They enjoying themselves, see? They've been up here doing hard science. Alright, so we gotta top this thing off. That Sigma should have some extra fuel in it. And, yeah, the Sigma should have some extra fuel in it. That's fine. 16 units of LFO. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is there, and then we are going to out. It's like Mark Kelly. Yeah, they've been up there a little while. It's okay. Transfer stage 9. Yeah, that thing. Okay, so it's good to note that that thing has 300 fuel in it. Alright, excellent. We got a bunch of extra parts up here. I have a bunch of extra struts, repair kits, docking ports. The station is well stocked. This is why I didn't want to abandon it. Mark Kelly flew the shuttle. Scott did the year in space with Mikhail Kononenko. No 2x3 solars though. Yeah, I wouldn't have brought one of those up. There's only one supply thing in there? Oh. I guess so. What's down in here? I got ladder segments, and we got some extra equipment. We have an experimental storage unit. Yeah, an ionographer. That's cool. We got a bunch of science equipment up here. How much fuel could you haul into an 80x80 orbit as a resupply tank? About 180. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, about 180, give or take. We do have new solar panels we can send up on a future mission. Yeah. That's what I really kind of wanted the big SSTO to do, Green, but we could do that with the small one. But either way, we do need to send up something else. So not a useful amount. No, that doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense to do that, dude. Okay. I don't know, fellas. I want to move the station down, right? But I don't want to screw up our re-entry trajectory either. We spent a lot of time perfecting that 100 by 100 re-entry trajectory. But then again, who cares? If the SSTO needs to be refueled at the station every time, then it's useless. I don't know what to do. What do you guys think? Hey, Warhammer, what's going on? I didn't play or watch KSP in a while. What was that inventory? It's Kerbal Attachment. Or Kerbal Inventory, dude. They added KAS into the stock game, dude. Yeah, long time no see, by the way. How are you? Yeah, these are all surface experiments and stuff, dude. The benefits of reducing the orbit outweigh the new trajectory. Yeah. So that means I would need to prototype a new re-entry trajectory from 80 by 80, and I'm not sure what that entails, to be honest with you. I would want... Dude, even 90 by 90 would be right. 90 by 90 would be what we want. Oh, you got gifted a sub. Thanks, Jackery. You gifted a sub to Warhammer. How long have these Kerbals been up there? About a year. About a year in game. Which is a lot. Pacey, nah, it's better for rendezvous if you're in if the thing you're trying to get to is in a circular orbit. Yeah, it's better for rendezvous that way. Fine, I hope you're doing great also. Nice that they did implement that. Oh, they implemented a bunch of stuff. Kerbal construction. You could build vehicles. I could build a vehicle right here. If we really wanted to. Screw it up. We will get the trajectory fast, so it'll be okay. Just keep the burn target a couple of kilometers higher. That's not enough for a huge change. If you're confident, I believe you. So before Yarg, we were doing a 63 meters a second delta V burn from 100 by 100, and that gave us a perigee. Right here that was 26.5. So 26.5. What do you think? Do you think what do you think? I should leave it to 30? 28 or 29? You need 29.5 should be perfect. You just calculated it. What calculations did you use, if you don't mind me asking? You already come in really high over KSC, don't you? So better to undershoot. Yeah, I can always slow down. Let chat test it. If anybody has the small SSTO and wants to throw this on a quick re-entry, you tell me. Deorbit it by 85 by 85, guys. See what it does. I'll wait. I can do other things while we're waiting. I can go and inspect the pad. We go make sure the pad is okay. In fact, that's probably what I'm going to do. If I may be as so bold. You can test it? All right. RJ, take one of these. Put 2 tons. Actually, you know what, dude? Put 2.25. Just put a tank that's the same size as that. Put the fuel tank in there. That holds 180 units of liquid fuel. The FLT 800. Put that in there. Test with that. Land with 180 units of liquid fuel in the payload bay, but don't use it. That's the absolute maximum payload. I just need to know where this trajectory sails. So deorbit from 85 by 85 Maintain 20 degrees angle of attack until you get close to KSC, and then S-turn to slow down. Tell me where that ends up. Hey, Dead Crew. Watching the VOD back and hearing you talk about the shuttle program, knowing about the valves and the shuttle personnel, knowing about the potential for moisture issues, that's considered tribal knowledge, and it's huge. It's huge in the industry. Yeah, Dead Crew. Mm-hmm. The FLT 400. Thank you, Inky. Are we going to lower the station now? No, we'll lower the station, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how we would do that. Huh. I'm thinking. Yeah, it's gonna take a second for... Oh, excuse me. It's gonna take a second for some folks to test that re-entry trajectory. So let's just go down... Actually, is there anything that we can do up here? Hold on. Yeah, Dead Crew. Mm-hmm. So we got the science already. Review the data. Process in the lab. Oh, we have extra data. Yeah. Oh. Sweet. Lab's full of data. Not a bad problem to have. Shoot. Huh. All right. Cranking out science up here like crazy. Here, we'll go back down on the ground and we'll take a look at the pad. You guys test out that re-entry trajectory for me. Figure in the amount of fuel left over for the vehicle. Figure, I think 200 units of liquid fuel. I think that should be right. Or whatever 200 meters a second delta V is when you're right before you do your deorbit burn. RJ, we're on the same wavelength, huh? And here comes the sun. All right, anything useful we can get in here? We can afford that if we want some probe cores. Or we could score the nuclear engine right now. Or basically one more stream and we could get anything in this column right here, which would be bicouplers, which I don't really care about. There's the 5-meter flag, which could be useful. Yeah, King, exactly. Mm-hmm. Hypersonic flight gives me the whiplash engine and the aerospike. Ironic. Ironic. How funny would it be if we ended up using the aerospikes for our OHMS engines on the big SSTO? That'd be so stupid. Nah, the poodles are probably better anyway. What else could we get down here? We can't unlock the ion engines. We can't unlock the Hex 2 and the big RGU right there. That RA100 relay antenna would be pretty damn useful. The reason why it would be useful is because we could go make the DSN. We could make a DSN ground stations around Kerbin, excuse me. I prefer waiting for the sun. Or we could get the nice fuel cells. Rimworld music. It'll be fine, Chris. Yeah, this is RimWorld. This is RimWorld, the RimWorld victory condition music. All right. Yeah, the nuke probably would be the nice thing to get. Let's see if there's any good contracts in here. We could take the science data from around the moon and score some quick funds. Because I have the science labs out there. To help you remain tranquil in the face of impending colonial disaster, smooth human music will be deployed in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I'll take the free 30K, that's fine. Boop. Hey, a satellite mission. We need you to build a satellite to our specifications and deploy it into an equatorial orbit around the moon. Please note that this must be an unmanned probe built for integrated integrals. 455 by 371. We know that the small sat can make that. What's the conditions for it? Equatorial, it needs to have a resource survey. Fudge. Yeah, it's kind of out of our payload capacity, dude. That resource scanner is. However, if I just brought the resource survey scanner up there, right? The sun. If I brought the resource survey scanner up there, deployed it with a docking port on the back, right? We just lofted that out into 80 by 80, right? Or 85 by 85, and then we went back down. Launched it again with the SAT bus, connected, had the SAT bus, gave the SAT bus capability a rendezvous, or take the SAT bus, turn it upright, found the thing, rendezvoused the two things together, and then sent it. That could work. The reason why that could work is because it only costs 10K to refuel the SSTO. So those two missions, we'd be in 20K. We'd be in at 20K. That's enough just to justify the cost of the advance. Could you just dock it to a lunar transfer vehicle? That won't count? Why not, Tony? The probe must be fully assembled when launched. Shoot. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so how about well, we're going to have to bring this back down. What we can do is I can put the survey scanner up there with a solar panel, a probe core, right? And you know what? We might be able to swing this. Hold on. Build the full probe, dock it to an LTV, fly it to the moon. We only have one LTV left, Shady. The other one's already out at the moon, and I do not have enough to refuel them with the small SSTO right now. It would take like 20 missions. Well, it's that damn resource survey scanner. But guys, we already need a resource survey satellite out at the moon for another mission, so that's why this could work. Let's go down here. We just needed to bring up a crap file. We probably won't use this. Okay. You also need to complete the moon science contract before you can take it too. Yep. I have to discover the island runway, John. It doesn't exist. I have to discover it, and once I discover it, I have to buy it. I think we said the island runway was like 500,000 or something per the mission mode rules. Let me see how much the resource survey scanner is. It's 200 kilograms. Oh, that's not bad. How much does this satellite? This is 1.56 tons. It could push this into orbit no problem. The only problem is spatial. Right? Am I looking at that right? The only problem here is spatial. I broke my back. Spatial. My back is broken. How much does the mystery goo? That's 50 kilos. So 250 kilos. We have 2 tons. That means we'd have 1.75 tons left over for everything else. I can do this in one shot. That should give us enough. The real key would be fitting it inside the Mark II payload bay. Putting it into an initial orbit with 252 meters a second left at 85 by 85. Is that good? That'll be fine. Do you have an FLT 400 in the payload bay? RJ, do you have one of these? Can we wait for the sun again? Yeah, that's not a problem. If we just gotta make a little bit of a compacted satellite. It shouldn't be too big of a deal. Would you put the dish on a hinge and unfold it? I actually was thinking, Chris, putting the fuel tanks right here. And then the engines on the back. And then putting the probe core in the base here. And then solar panels on the sides with an antenna. And then the Science Junior can go on the front of the fuel tank right there. So when you open it up, all the stuff is right there. Yeah, RimWorld has a 10 out of 10 soundtrack, for sure. I hate that game, though. The game is freaking infuriating. Oh, okay, RJ, cool. Keep it at 20 degrees angle of attack. You tell me where it winds up. I just need to know the flap config for landing. Have them down just a little bit, pitched up at 20 degrees. And then the Fat 455 wings are deployed down at 90 with pitch control on. The outer control surfaces, the outer elevons, set those to roll, and the speed brakes at the top, set those to yaw. Leave the speed brake controller up, and just sail it, dude. You don't even need to try to land it. I just want to see where it goes. Am I allowed part clipping? Yeah, within reason. Don't overdo it. The fuel tanks are clipped inside of my SSTOs. But that's because fuel density is a problem with the SSTOs, trying to shoehorn all that fuel in there. So it does have slightly clipped tanks. The tanks look like a Venn diagram. In that regard, it's fine because you can always store fuel at a higher density. Well, that depends on the propellants in real life, but you can. We can do this. I'm taking this mission. But we need to go get science from the moon real quick. And then we'll bring that SSTO down. Did you know that RimWorld has different difficulties so you cannot get infuriated? Yeah. No. 29 on the Perigee, RJ. It has to be like... It has to be, Is there any science on board here? Do we have any science equipment on this thing? On 12? Nope. Have it at 29, RJ. 29. Deorbit from 85. Put the Perigee right where I put it, but put it at 29, please. Why did you retire, Dart? Chat canceled the
Discovery,
program.
going throttle up.
Hey, Bloodfam, 27-month resub. Chat canceled the program, dude. They decide the mission architecture. I engineer the missions. We actually vote on it with integrated polls on my website. Warhammer, they canned it. They canned the program because it killed Jeb. And this doesn't have any science equipment on it. The lander will, though. I don't know where you put it on the surface. Show you.
Discovery, going throttle up.
Set the PE right here. So being an 85 circular, set the PE right here and set it to 29. And then pitch the vehicle up at 20 degrees and then keep it at 20 degrees during re-entry. Hey, Rocket Guy, 60-month resub. That's it. That's all I need you to do. Just keep it at 20 degrees and then, RJ, take a screenshot. Take a screenshot when it crosses the coast. Just take a screenshot of your altitude, your velocity at 20 degrees across the coast, and you tell me, and I'll be able to figure it out from there. How much does it cost Chad to buy Jeb back? You guys aren't necromancers. Happy Friday. Home for work. How's the mission so far? Happy 5 years. That's good, man. We're good. The SSDO is up there, Rocket Guy, but the margins are poop. Okay, got that contract. Whoa, transfer stage 11 has a bunch of fuel in it. Nice. Rocket Guy, what I'm doing is what I'm telling RJ to do is check the trajectory for me. Check the trajectory for me because what we want to do is the Delta V margins of getting to for the small SSDO, getting with 3 crew, and the crew tank to the station at 100 by 100 is really, really slim. I had to refuel, and I flew a pretty dang good ascent trajectory here. So what we're thinking about is just moving the station down to 85 by 85. And I have RJ testing out a re-entry trajectory with the prototype just to be sure that the re-entry should be about the same. Do you know what kind of mage I am? What? Yes. We did fund a witch doctor in the SSTO initial funding run. What? Oh, okay, Kurlani. Yeah, we're thinking about lowering the station just so I can get here with enough margins for safety, you know? Yeah, okay, I gotcha. MGB, that's gonna be in another mission. This is a flight test mission. I'm testing the new airlock. Rocket Guy, the reason why I wanted to requalify this whole thing in the first place is because we switched it from a docking port here to an airlock system. It simplifies payload integration operations, and now I have an airlock for satellite servicing missions, baby. For locking air, yeah, of course. Shooting our poop out into space, precisely. Tessa, this is a good song. You're right. This is a small docking port syntax when it's in the extended position. It'll attach to Clampatron Juniors. Yep. Dude, I could play this. I gotta get the acoustic out though. we're in a holding pattern here for a second, guys, while RJ tests that re-entry, so. We're chilling for a second. Nope. Here, Swishio, we can. What model is it? It's a Squire Stratocaster, dude. Hang on, one more time. Once again, guys, how I do my flight testing, if I want to do like a simulation, I have chat do it for me. So like that's how chat contributes, because I'm not allowed to reload. So sometimes you guys, I farm the testing out basically. So if I want testing done, I have to convince people in chat to do it. Wow, not even a real Fender Stratocaster. For shame, for shame. It is a real Stratocaster. It's a Squire Stratocaster. What are you talking about? See how it says Stratocaster on the neck? Squire Stratocaster, Jim, means that it's got a little more horsepower under the hood. See this thing right here? When Elon said he wanted to take artists on the moon, I'm not sure if this is what he had in mind. Thanks. How much do you get paid to test? Nothing. Where should the deorbit burn start? Wherever gets your perigee over the next peninsula over. Hey, Crash! It looks like during that song there's an arpeggio that's played. Doom doom dang doom doom dang doom doom dang doom doom dang. Many seasons pass you by. Are you glad just to be alive? Waiting for the sun. Oh. Although my two prized possession guitars are two paperwork Les Paul Customs. Ooh, nice. Tune that poor thing. Hey. The show must go on, man. No, it sounds like it's out of tune because of my bad playing, not because it's out of tune. It might be just a little bit out. Hold on, let me listen. It's a little bit out of tune. Okay, cool. My ship's draining energy? No, it's fine. It was just in the dark for a second, dude. We're good. So yeah, we'll just stick around here for a second. We should be able to get this thing back down. You're back from work? Can we lower the station to pass the time? I don't really want to do that with the SSDO attached because I don't want to use up more fuel than we already have. Alright, here, ready? Meant to ping you too bad you can't play this song on stream, but I found the Halo Doom thing. Unbelievable for later. Alright, I'll check that out. Should clean up the sound? I'll do that. I don't know how to play it. Guy's playing it up there. He's not playing bar chords. It's up here. It's actually bearable now. It's off. Hey, Dino. Had a pretty terrible day. Yeah, I hear ya. Too much gain. You're too much gain. Who's the greatest guitarist of all time, Lemmy? I'm waiting for someone to say it. Hendrix? Nobody realized when I said Lemmy. We got it, alright. Thank you, Tessa. I like Eddie. Eric Clapton? Good call. Prince would be in the running. Prince is definitely up there. Absolutely. Jimmy Page. Jimmy Page is, for me. Brian May is good. Yeah, absolutely. Buddy Guy. You guys got good taste. Alex Lifeson, underrated. Alex is very underrated in my opinion. All right, let me start to get this thing in Santana, Angus Young. Yeah. All right, so I topped this thing off with some fuel here. Steve Vai. Oh, good tune. Good call, Matt. Good call. Yeah, you guys got good taste. I'm going to drain the fuel out of the Sigma capsule. This makes it so the Sigma capsule really can't deorbit by itself, but that's okay. When the big SSTO comes up, we can always pull it down that way. Alright, that should give me more than enough margin. What if we design the small sat while we wait? Nah, we don't need to wait that long. It's not going to take long. So, okay, we were up here for a little bit. Let's do this. John Densmore, The Doors. Wait, isn't John Densmore the drummer? Isn't it Robbie Krieger? Isn't Robbie Krieger the guitarist for The Doors? No, we're not taking the crew down because we're going to test a new re-entry trajectory, guys. I don't want to do that. Okay, you're a go for undock. Yeah, S-Master, it's John Densmore on the drums, Robbie Krieger on the guitar, Ray Manzarek on the piano. No bass player. Doors don't have a bass player. And your boy on lead vocals. Satriani's awesome, Double Nuts. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Oh, yes, yes. This is all the music that I like. The Doors are so good they don't need a bassist. Yeah, when Ray Manzarek plays electric piano, plays, what is it, bass piano and frickin' electric piano at the same time with two different hands playing two different beats, yeah, I think you're good. Eric Johnson? Who's he? Cliffs of Dover, man. No, I know. Your uncle, Hypersonic? Wait, what? Alright, let's pop this thing off. Okay, we have a good undock here. Wait, Hypersonic, is my uncle a guitarist? Or is your uncle a guitarist? Or what are we talking about? You're confusing me. Oh, I only have 140 meters a second of fuel. Nope. That's not going to be sufficient for testing this re-entry trajectory. We are going to promptly put this right back. We have 190 units of liquid fuel. Yeah, we're going to need more than that. Not much more. But, yeah, we're going to need more. More! Going in for a redock here. Please, sir. Can I have some more? Please, sir. Chat liver, chat liver. Never before has a chatter wanted more. That's kind of the lyrics. It's fine. Billy Squire. Yeah, that guy's from Massachusetts. Lonely is the night when you find yourself alone. Your demons come alive and your mind is not your own. Yeah, he's good. Lonely is the night. Isn't a prop check part of an undocking checklist? Well, I don't really know how much prop I need, you know? So, yeah, to an extent, to a degree. So what I'll do is I'm going to just move fuel from the transfer stage into Sigma here. Do you guys know Sigma? Do you guys know that Jeb has Sigma? I'm going to go. Yeah. What's Sigma? Sigma spacecraft. Oh, destroyed. Goat him. All right, we'll top it off with 50 liquid fuel. That should be good. You just found out your girlfriend has like... No. No, she doesn't. Has. Huh. A dick joke. Oh, look. A deli meat. RJ, any word? Alright, that should be good. How many seasons? Damn it, Tessa! Ugh. You suck. Not really. It's a good song. I like listening to it. What happened to Starbase? Just not good? I don't want to play it busy because I'm afraid that I will get addicted to it. But don't worry. That's probably not going to stop me. All right. 172. That's it? Yeah, I know, entropy. I know that's enough to get close. Well, that's a great way to waste our CS because I had prograde lock on. Jesus. I don't know if that's clean. I know RimWorld is clean, Tessa. At least it should be okay. I should probably check, but... Does Elon keep space goats at Starbase? I don't know, maybe. Okay. RJ, any word on what happened? I'm sorry, I didn't see it if you said it before. Alright, Fanny Pack, see you, buddy. I can use the ohms for this, it'll be more efficient. Oh, great. 85 by 83. Lovely. I screwed it up. God damn it. We have to be careful, guys. Fuel is pretty precious right now. I want it to be 85 by 85, Yarg. It has to be perfect. That you want to start with a good base data set, dude. Just yeah, chat got sleepy when I started playing the guitar. Either that or they all left. Entropy's like, I'm still here. Are you still there? Alright. Good. Alright. Alright, let me just get some numbers here. So... I think 30 would be good. No, Pilch. RJ's gonna be done very soon. Are you still there? Target lost. I'm different. So it's 47 or 40. Well, about 48. 48 meters a second. So it was 63. So we knocked 20 delta V off of there, which is good. We just have to get this re-entry trajectory right. Yeah, pretty much, Unity. It's pretty much going to happen. If RJ isn't here in the next couple of minutes, I gotta go anyway. I didn't think this would take this long. I didn't need anybody to fly it. I just wanted to see what it would do at 20 degrees. You could just let it sail. Just make sure it stays at 20 degrees, right? Yard, I'll ask you. Just so I can blame you if it's not right. Do you think this is good? 30 kilometers at 85 by 85, same spot? You like 29 better? Okay. RJ, you're making me go with Yarg's judgment. Don't make me do that. I just hope I have enough. That depends on how much you want to S-turn. Yarg, what I'm planning on doing is going in at 20 degrees through most of the re-entry, and then when I cross the coast, that's when I'll S-turn to get it right. You like 28 better than 29 even. Okay. All right. Kerbal sound went away. Will that leave enough RCS? I'm not sure. I mean, Arc, if I'm going to lose RCS, it's going to be towards the latter stages of re-entry, so I'll already be, it's going to be when I'm S-turning, so it'll already be over KSC. I should be able to get it back to the runway. There is a little bit of an unknown there. But pretty much, Pilch, that's pretty much what I'm going to do. Okay, let's button this thing up. Close the airlock. Turn the lights down. Close out the payload bay. Keep caps lock mode through upper re-entry to conserve RCS. Okay. That's at 20 degrees up, Inky. You crossed 1900 across the coast at 37 kilometers. I can steer it from there. Thank you, Inky. That works. We'll get RJ later. We'll get RJ's later. Inky, that's perfect, man. Thank you. I would say use lift modulation to your advantage and less stressing of the actual trajectory. You need to be around 1750 crossing the coast and down to about 1400 over the mountains. Don't pitch in the don't overpitch in the upper atmosphere. Do like the shuttle. That's what we were doing from 100, Rocket Guy. Yeah, okay, cool. I think we're good. Let me just adjust the trajectory. And we'll go 28 flat. Stand by for the deorbit burn. Okay, here we go. Nope. T-minus 10 seconds. I am short on. I know, dude, I know. There's a weird glitch with KSP that gets rid of the sound, so this is what it would sound like in the vacuum. Just, oh, that's all you'd see. You wouldn't see anything. Okay. 28 by 84. I'll screenshot this. Okay. Shutting down the orbiter maneuvering engines. Let's bring up the body flap master control here. Body flap pitch control is keyed in. Yarg, caps lock is enabled. Gonna bring the speed brake controls up online here, set the deploy out, and set it to 0. Deploy out set to 0 so we can articulate the speed brake with the slider here if we need to. This one should be set for roll control. These should be deployed down at 9 and set for pitch control. Where'd you burn? Over Woomerang? Basically, yeah. I set the burn for perigee over here in the, like, right where my mouse cursor is, right there. I don't bother to look where I burn from. It's just about where my perigee ends up. So, I mean, that's basically Woomerang, yeah. Okay. Hey Jeff, testing is going good. We're going to test out a new re-entry trajectory and we might not get 10 back, which would really suck, but it's okay. You're testing it now? It's a shallower re-entry trajectory from a lower altitude. What we want to do is lower the station, guys. I want to lower that station because I needed to refuel a pretty significant amount of fuel at the space station. Lowering the vehicle, or lowering the maximum altitude of the vehicle, is by making it not go to 100 by 100 and making it go to 85 by 85 should give me enough to get this thing home. Hey, Dino, sleep, man. Sleep. You said you had a crappy day, dude. Just sleep. Just sleep. Watch the VOD when you get up in the morning, man. How many streamers tell you to do that, dude? Guys, and that just goes for anybody else here. If you have something important to do, go and do it. There's the VOD. If you want to watch the VOD in the morning, go and do that. But it's getting late, and I understand that, and that's on me. But you know, I wanted to be sure with this thing. Okay. We're pretty much at entry interface. Here we go. 20 degrees up. We have 100 units of liquid fuel at EI. There we go. And I'm going to trim out the body flap to get this thing, to get the pitch indicator to basically stay right there. I have fine control on snow. Why are you forcing me to stay up so late when I have a very important event tomorrow? That's because I don't like you. Yeah. He doesn't like you. I don't like you either. Keep the pitch at 20. Alright, let's hope that we can get this thing back. How's thermal doing? Getting a little bit of heat on the nose right now. Thank you, Bino. Let's see if we can get her home, man. I want to get this thing back onto that damn pad. My previous record, Binol, is 7 flights. I flew one of these 7 times. Well, in lore's sake, this is the same thing, but it actually, I needed to recover it because I had trouble during integration, but I flew it 7 times without recovering it. I want to get this thing back so 10 can break its record. This is, see, I use numbered flags, but I use the numbered flags and I put serial numbers on my vehicle. See it up there on the left? This is serial number 10. 10 was just refurbished. I don't want to lose a freshly refurbished orbiter. This is 10's 8th flight total. First flight since refurb. I made some changes to the vehicle a little bit. I added this docking port down here. That docking port is for the transporter erector. I learned that from the big SSTO program. How many orders do you have? Binal, I have a bunch of... I have this orbiter, I have 10, and then I have 7. 7 is actually stuck on orbit. We should probably go get it. I should probably refuel it and bring it down. And then there's a bunch of orbiters that crashed. Orbiters that are still intact are 10 and 7, I think. And then there's a bunch of orbiters. There's one that's junk that's on the coastline up here. Okay, here we go. Stand by for the fiery stuff. Sorry it took so long. Kerbal crashed. It's okay. How's the trajectory? I'm gonna pitch her down just a little bit. Okay. Okay, Inky. This looks like a massive undershoot, guys. I'm bringing the nose down, and that's something we shouldn't really do, but... we're already past the desert runway. Desert runway's way over there. Wait, you can hear the re-entry effects. That's weird. Not ideally, Tessa. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm done. That screwed me. Trim the body flap. Oh. I recovered. Just leave it there. I slowed down too much. We might be able to make 9, guys. We have altitude on our side, which is good. No. Stop it. As long as we get over the mountains, I think we're okay. We don't have the mass for that jam. I'd have to put another probe core. Okay, we're out of the fire stuff. Guys, I don't know. I think I recognized that we were going to undershoot and I compensated. This looks, coming out of the mountains, it looks okay. Bringing the nose up. Starting the S-turn. We can begin the final heading alignment here with the runway. Once we get subsonic. Still coming in a little bit hot. I think we're all right. I see the fuel. I see the fuel, fellas. I see it. All right, bring the yaw in on this. Gonna have to fly it with the control surfaces now. And it promptly started sailing. Come on. Don't do this. Don't do it. This is not ideal, guys. Yeah, very, very bad, actually. I'm out of RCS. The thing is, she doesn't want to go in the direction that I want it to go. Okay. Yeah, we're getting into the good air. We're really gonna have to be careful here. All right, bring it around. We've regained control of the vehicle. We got it. Yep, we're okay. So what happened? I ran out of RCS. I needed the RCS to last like maybe 5 to 10 seconds longer. If I had it last like 5 to 10 seconds longer, it would have been just fine. Okay. We are lined up with the runway. Gear coming. Of course, it made no noise. There, we could see the landing facility, or the launch facility here. Starting the flare. Oh, still was a little rough on that landing, but we got her home. Oh, man. All right, closing out all control surfaces, zeroing the body flaps, locking out control surfaces there and there. 2 meters a second vertical on touchdown. It's not bad. It's not bad. Not the worst. Brought her home. What do you guys think? Flare was a bit too early again. I agree. I agree. Oh, man. That was a touch and go mission, but you know, hey, any mission we can walk away from. She's 10's back home. You had fine controls on, by the way. I know, I wanted it for RCS. I probably should have flipped it off. But, okay, we got wheel stop. Of course, Motor Kid, yeah. Yeah, it's a good vehicle. That's what I mean, Big Body, about flying it. With a pod, you kind of just... Alright. This? Nah, pitch it up. We're good. Phil, no, I got a race, dude. It's Friday, isn't it? What day is it? It's Friday. We'll get that crew up there tomorrow. We also got to move the stations. Sweet, dude. What's the wheel stop? Year 4, day 284. Y4, day 284. We have 00:32:45. Mission success. Landed at runway 27. What do you guys think? I think I was on an undershoot. Bringing the nose down and flying that thing through re-entry really gave it what I needed. So how do we fix the side slip issue? Well, Green, that one did come back from 100 by 100. So I would have had the same amount of delta V that I had when I undocked from the station, but I still used about 40 meters a second delta, well, about 20 meters a second delta V getting down to 85. And that extra 20 meters a second delta V we would have for RCS. So yeah, 85 by 85 seems to be the right mark, dude. I landed on the grass about 50 feet beyond the hill where the grass changes from dark green west of KSC. Rolled to a stop on the hill up by the runway. That was, Yarg, that was at 20 all the way. It was a dang good approach. If you had that RCS, you would have been even better. Waiting for the sun confirmed his re-entry music, yeah. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I just basically got to keep the nose up, dude. The side slip is nasty. I have to keep the nose up. It's got to fly on a trajectory similar to Starship, dude. But I was significantly shorter than you the entire entry. How much fuel would that hierarchy issue at launch? Oh, yeah, that's right, Cosmic. Yeah, that pulsing the engines. Yeah, that didn't do me any favors. Probably not a lot, but hey, with the margins with SSTOs are so small. Yeah, okay, Enki, I got you. We tested new re-entry trajectory. Would have been short. Needed to bring the nose down. So, guys, I was coming in at 20. I'm thinking with this shallower re-entry trajectory, keep it at 15 degrees pitch. 15 degrees positive AOA relative to horizon, not local. Yeah. My burn spot might have been different, though. I was also having issues with the translation RCS on the one from Kerbal X not working right. Yeah, I just configured the RCS on the way up, Yarg. Yeah, that crap file isn't configured. Rocket Guy, I did 85 by 85 circular, and I did a retro burn that had my PE at 28 right here. So I burned over there. And then brought it in 20 degrees pitch, not AOA. I tried to keep it at 20 degrees pitch, and that would have undershot. I needed to bring the nose down halfway through that descent. Right here, I noticed that we were slowing down too much. But you're right, though. It doesn't matter. What matters is you get 1900 across the coast. If you get 1900 across the coast, the only thing that's going to keep you from landing on the runway is a catastrophic failure like flipping out of control. I agree, Endo. Yeah. Yeah, I had the PE down to 25 for a bit from the rotational RCS, lowering it until I was able to get translational RCS working to push it back up to 28, so I got a little low from that. Okay. Yeah, I think we're okay. I'm gonna set the next time from 85 by 85. I'm gonna try to get 15 degrees pitch at entry interface. Try to stay around 15. That should prevent that undershoot thing from happening and should make it so basically when I come over the mountains, I'll do an S-turn and land. We could do 30, Tessa. That's fine. Yeah, I got you, Inky. Thoughts on doing shuttle-style entry where you start with 0 AOA and let the natural entry dynamics pitch you up? Shuttle basically didn't do any active pitching after atmosphere interface until S-turns. I could do that, Rocket Guy. We could test it, but I think we might pitch up too fast. Too high, too fast. But I understand what you're saying. Just as you go around the curvature, you just kind of leave it on heading lock, and then whoosh, it ends up at entry interface. You're like parallel to the ground, but as you rotate around the planet, yeah, it slowly brings the nose up over time. We could do that. I could try it. Weather Guy, what's up? Where are ya? If losing sound is a known bug, and if you heard re-entry sounds, well, at least the rest of the sound was gone. Maybe write squad and let them know. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I usually do stuff like that. Not bad, dudes. I also had hard 20 at least the entire time. The good news is I was able to bring it down perfectly through re-entry, straight to the 90 without any transonic instability. Got it. Rocket Guy, I think Kerbal rotates too quickly to be able to do something like that. I could be wrong, though. We could try that on the next one, dude. Yeah, I could try hitting it at 0. I'm confident. So, like Rocket Guy, I'm confident that at the very least, I can recognize a short like what I just did, and be able to compensate. I can fly the thing through re-entry. As long as I can get it over the mountains, dude, I'm fine. Even if we landed out here in the grass somewhere, that's fine. I ideally don't want to do that, but yeah. Okay, Yarg. Well, that's good to know. Alright, cool. So, we'll bring her back over there with the jet truck, and let's actually see how the pad fared. Ready? Would you look at that? That didn't drift at all. It's pretty good. I cleared the hill west of KSP by maybe 20 feet. Got it. Okay. Yeah, Tessa, moving the speed brakes out a little bit might help me with stability. That's right. We'll do it more. We'll do this more. The real X-33 wouldn't pitch down. Rocket Guy, we were reading about that. It really... Do not pitch that thing down in transonic. It'll literally spin out of control. We were looking at the aerodynamic uncertainty models. Now, you tell me. I'm not sure if that's what I should be looking for, but it looked right. May still have to pitch down, but the 0 AOA on entry. Okay, I already got that. But yep. Yeah, I cleared that hill west of KSP and touched down at 45 meters a second after nosing up. Okay, cool. Everything is good, guys. Unless there's anything outstanding, dudes. Anybody see anything that makes it so we shouldn't pursue a full duration mission tomorrow? Yeah, Rocket Guy, exactly. Oh yeah, yes. They were predicting that if this thing pitches down, it's toast. You lowered the station yet? We will do that tomorrow. I got to race, dudes. It's time to go racing. Yeah, there you go, Tessa. How do you refuel the tank farm? I got a fueling truck right here. I know. I'll bring a fueling truck out here and I'll dock it in between these rails, and then we attach it there and it can plug up the fuel tanks. We'll do that all tomorrow. I almost have enough fuel to launch it again, but yeah, I should probably redo the fuel farm so I can just straight do like 2 flights. Would we be able to use flags as decorations on each side of the SSTO to show a refurbishment? Yeah, we should probably do that, Panja. Have a little X mark on the side or a hash mark to show how many times it's been refurbished. That would be pretty cool. Any success on Friday the 13th should be considered perfection. Yeah, and look at this. Look at this, dudes. This thing didn't drift at all. I mean, maybe just a teensy-weensy bit, but that's fine. It's okay. I mean, look at the hinges. The hinges are a dead giveaway. There's just a teeny weeny bit. You see how it's just a little bit of Z fighting right there? Yeah. Cool. Pilch, these are structural. They're holding the end of the ramp. Even if I don't know, do we want to make it smaller? That's going to change how the pad works. I'd rather just go with it. Scraping the SSTO, in my mind, is not that big of a deal. If it ends up bothering us too much, then I'll think, then I'll change it. But I'm hesitant to change the pad because I know the pad works. Anyway. All right, guys. Wait, did I take a picture of that thing taking off? I don't think I did because of it stalled out on the launch pad, which is another thing we have to figure out. But that one's pretty much money right here. Hey. Nice. That's cool, man. Look at that thing. We just brought that back. We brought it back down. And Guys, here's the best part. All I gotta do is tow it back over here and we can launch it again. Will the big SSDO be able to refuel the transfer stage? The big SSDO doesn't need to refuel it, Ryan. It can just bring it back down. And we can just refuel it and send it right back up. But can it land on Eve? Who cares? Screw Eve. What a waste of time. Do you feel safe putting 3 crew on it? King, I feel safe. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, absolutely. How are you feeling? Add an ET and boosters to it for Eve, yeah. Right. How are you guys feeling? Anything like that? Oh, EJ, I don't know about that. I'm feeling good, dude. I think this thing is good. I think we're okay. Really. Oh, jeez, these are all tangled up. I gotta get the steering wheel out, dudes. We gotta go racing after this, boys. I would like to reaffirm a good point of data on the K-33. It flies like crap in the lower atmosphere. Good job on the engineering. You're welcome. Nervous for the crew at EDL. Of course, Binal. Yeah. I would like to get more tries on sending this thing back down without people on it. But honestly, I have like probably at this point 20 to 30 attempts at re-entering with this thing. It's not too bad. I should be able to compensate just like I just did. I was able to see that it was going to undershoot, and I brought the nose down, and we flew right to the runway. What's the mass of the transfer stage? I don't know offhand, Ryan, but I know. So, Ryan, I could bring the transfer stage back down. We could refuel the transfer stage, and I could attach a new payload to it and bring the transfer stage with the payload back up into space. I know it's not that heavy. I have my own screenshots coming your way in Discord. Perfect. The only thing about this that makes me nervous is the last 10 seconds of flight. Okay. The last 2 minutes of landing still feels really risky. Okay. Yeah, I feel out. All right, well, that's going to do it for KSP then. Fellas, I think everything is gravy. We'll go grab the vehicle and bring it back over to the pad, and then it's time to go get that crew truck out, huh? I haven't used it in about 2 months. Add a launch escape system. No. Well, last 10 seconds are great. It's the minute before that that's a potential issue. Thanks, Colton. Appreciate those kind words, dudes. All right, that's going to do it for KSP, guys. If you need to go to sleep, I understand. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the crew flight test. We're going to CFT this thing. First time I put people on it tomorrow. Thank you for streaming, bud. 6:45 a.m. here. Time to sleep. Oh, jeez, man. Good night. Yeah, Yarg, I'm pretty confident in the systems, guys. I'll be honest. There is a little bit of uncertainty, but there always is. So swapping the station crew tomorrow along with the mission. Okay, Archie. Yep. Passing... Here's the thing. Do we leave them up there with Dart as a lifeboat? Or should I leave an SSTO up there with the crew in case something goes wrong? Or should the SSTOs just drop off crew and come back down? I'm not sure. Hey, Citro. Alright, hasta luego. Alright, hasta luego, amigo. DOA, dead on arrival yard? Wait, what? Seems like a ways... Well, Lewis, we could also do another mission where we go and rescue the stranded SSDO. I still have one up there. The SSDO is too expensive to leave up there. Well, alright. Okay, Inky. Alright, yeah, okay, passing. Yeah, we can rotate the station crew tomorrow. That's fine. So what we'll do is we'll send the SSTO up, dock it to the station. The transfer vehicle needs fuel is the end of that sentence. Uh-oh. Yeah, the transfer vehicle will have enough fuel to get out there, that's for sure. But we also got to bring up a solar panel with us tomorrow, too. All right, these are problems to figure out tomorrow. Let's do some racing, guys. I'm gonna switch this over to racing. If you want more Kerbal, it's happening tomorrow, around 7 o'clock. And yeah, we'll go from there. What I was saying is, even if you crash land the SSTO pretty hard, the crew is very likely to survive due to the pod location. Noted. How much fuel does the transfer stage need? Probably 300-400 copper. Lower the station first, then refuel the transfer vehicle. Leave Dart as a reserve. Yeah, passing. I think that's a good idea. All right. Anyway, I'm going to race now, guys. We'll talk more about this tomorrow. I'll probably start the stream for the people that are heading out. I'll probably start it at, I don't know, 2. It's just racing into the night like this. Then trying to get up at noon for another stream kills me. So I'll probably see you guys around 2. We could play some early hours KSP or... Well, actually...